What's up, everybody? MSUHitman back with some more Crimson Spires. Hopefully this time I can actually talk through the lines and not stumble over them. So let's jump into it here. Left off right at the beginning of chapter 3. Lucius Christ Superstar as allegedly performed at Patel Middle School in March 1997. Left-hand man from the start. You've given them a goal. Now they promise you their souls, and they'll hurt you if you break their hearts. Remember when this whole thing began? No talk of God when they called you a king. And believe me, my dedication isn't lost. Every word you say this hour is turned something I find sour. It will crush you once it's been crossed. Italy, your favorite son, should have stayed a bland patron like his father ruling Rome. He'd be at home. Finance, gold, and ducats left would have suited Lucius best. He'd have caused nobody harm. But one alarm. This just gets creepier and more interesting. Oh yeah, as you remember, August is now helping us because he's the only other person that isn't indebted to the Patels. And Maddie cleaned the crime scene before we even got there. August grins sweetly at me. Maddie, on the other hand, scowls at both of us. I find it all quite suspicious. I appreciate the fact that both of you are eager about this job, but you don't need to arrive before 7 unless we have an
Absolutely.
emergency. Can I say, I miss the sight of these stale white bricks in the morning. Two people are still missing. Isn't that an emergency? Yes, and we might be closer to finding them if you hadn't destroyed so much evidence. Shakes her head. I'll make breakfast. Scrambled eggs
Isn't
for both
that
of you.
lovely?
Yes, thank you. And please burn the bacon nice and black like Erica always did. It's Maddie's in the kitchen. I motion August aside. I have a plan for today. I want you to talk to a witness and examine a crime
Oh, this
scene.
is interesting.
Oh. So there's one thing I didn't tell you before. At the cabin, I found a letter inviting Jessica and Gary to safely leave the town. Whoever sent it may be hiding them or may have hurt them. If you're going to be free, you might as well be useful, and right now I could use the perspective of a criminal. Just a criminal? Not a criminal mastermind. Well, you were caught. Yeah, I wanted to be caught. Okay, the more I play this, and I'll get to Erica's line here in a second, the more I play this, the more I wonder if the people down at Woodsey Studio were big fans of The Mentalist. Because I've watched a couple clips on YouTube of that in recent days, and seeing the character design for August, it just screams Mentalist to me, if you remember that show from CBS. So, I wonder. I thought you still insisted that you weren't the Heartbreaker. I was indulging you. I am not the Heartbreaker. But I do agree you can use my insight, because I suspect this whole situation might have more to do with my area of expertise than yours. Murder? Philosophy. I don't see how that's even remotely possible. I'll take it as a yes. So, where are we headed? Jessica had a close friend named Sarah. I've already talked to her once, but I want you to give it a try. She's not much younger than your students, so you might be able to get more out of her. In the cabin where Jessica and Gary were staying, Maddie's probably nowhere near as good at cleaning up a crime scene as you, so you might see something she missed. I'll do what I can. Can I see the letter you found? You hesitate. I've already sealed that letter in protective plastic and placed it in my vault, wary of who else might see it. If it was written by a criminal mastermind, as you suspect, perhaps I can learn something about his thought process. Using philosophy?
Well...
Using my general knowledge. One One way or another, he has a point. Reluctantly, I retrieve the letter and give it to him. Careful. Of course. It takes a few minutes to read it over. I watch his expression, but can't interpret his reaction. Take it you already brushed for fingerprints? Yes. The only ones I found were Matt's. Is that so? That alone is quite telling. If Jessica received this letter, why wouldn't her fingerprints be on it? Know that. Yank the letter back in frustration, then lock it back in the vault. I can handle the police work. I wanted your take on the voice of the letter.
Reductio ad absurdum.
I think it was written by someone conceited and manipulative, but that could be anyone, including this Bateo Reparation Society. Breakfast. Maggie returns with 2 plates of eggs and bacon. The bacon is quite undercooked, which August notes by examining it with a look of disappointment. Can't believe you're letting a serial killer help you with this case over me. If there is a malicious criminal behind Jessica's disappearance, August might help us understand their intent. Actually, I'm not. Maggie ignores August as if he's not in the room. Is it true you had a date with Julian Bateo last night? It's not any of your business. How did you find out anyway? You might have left something
Not so
slip.
sure.
I don't think you should get close to Julian. Not like that. Jealous, are we? I respect the Bateos a great deal. I do. And no, I'm not interested in Julian that way. I'm not interested in any man that way.
How interesting.
Ah, now I see why you're immune to my charms. Now he takes a deep breath. To my surprise, I realize she's
I'm not sure.
Julian's a good friend. I don't think he'd make a good boyfriend, I guess. That's all. You know something I don't, Maddie? Can Julian Bateo be abusive? I'm not sure. I don't know anything concrete. It's more just feeling. She scratches her inner elbow where the bandage used to be. Thank you for the warning, but I can protect myself. I'm already suspicious of Julian and his entire family. The only reason I went on a date with him was to gather information. All I managed to do was confirm he's hiding something. I believe you're wrong. I hope you're wrong. The Bateos are good people. If that's really what you think, then maybe I can help. I've known them for a while. I can tell you what I know. Let me be clear about something, Maddie. I don't trust you. Even if you told me about all your experiences with the Bateos in great detail, I wouldn't know how much to believe. Until I know I can trust you, I don't want you to do anything at all but watch the desk, clean the building, and get our food. Are we clear? Crystal. Good. Let's go, August. I feel more than a little uncomfortable bringing August to Bateo's school, but I know it's important. He knows more about people Sarah's age than I ever will. He taught freshman college classes and dealt with them all the time. Meanwhile, I barely ever interact with anyone younger than 20. It's rare that someone so young would end up a federal criminal. Fortunately, we once again have to go through Principal Vincent to even speak to Sarah. How dare you bring this monster into my school, Sheriff Wright? Listen, you told us yourself that this man was the heartbreaker killer. Now you escort him into the only sanctuary the youth of Bateo can rely upon.
Life is irrational.
2 of your students disappeared a few days ago. And this is no sanctuary. What is he doing here, Sheriff Wright? I want to talk to Sarah again. I won't expose one of my students to this monster. Tell us what you know about Jessica Murdoch, Principal Vincent.
I suppose.
Right. I accept that you don't want me around your students. That's fair. I've been accused of terrible crimes. I did not commit these crimes, of course, but how could you know that for sure? Get to the point, August. You don't want to let me see Sarah and ask her about Jessica. That's fine. Surely you can be just as informative. I can? She was one of your students, wasn't she? You only have about 140 students here, right? She was exceptional. She stood out, challenging the status quo. Surely you knew Jessica well. Well, I don't really. You teach English too, don't you? Surely she was one of your students. She was smart. She had to be in a class with one of the 2 qualified teachers in all of Bateo. It was a large class. You knew nothing about her? You couldn't help us answer a single question about her? I'm busy overseeing the school. Only 140 40 students, Principal. That's less than 2 lecture sessions. That's less than 2 lecture sessions for my undergrad class. Why are you gay at? Okay, tell me about Gary. What was Gary like? I don't really have Gary in any of my classes, Ed. So tell me about Sarah Carpenter. Well, Sarah's a very well-behaved and well-liked woman. Now what about Bobby Richardson? Oh, Bobby as well. If I remember right, Bobby Richardson is well-behaved and... I made him up.
Are you paying attention?
There is no Bobby Richardson. I should have let you dig your hole a little deeper, but I got excited. Well, Just let us talk to Sarah. Visibly shaken, Principal Vincent hurries out of her own office. She doesn't even return with Sarah, instead laying the girl inside and staying out in the hall herself. Sheriff Wright, I already told you everything She stops short the second she sees August standing next to me. Oh, I know who you are. You're that man being held at the jail. Sarah, this is August Flynn. He's actually a professor of philosophy at Washington University in St. Louis. Finding Jessica is so important that I decided to let him out so he could help me. That's not precisely what happened, but close enough. Leans in, staring Sarah straight in the eyes. It's scary to me, knowing him and what he's done, but Sarah just seems a little puzzled by it. Sarah, I need to know about the Pateo Reclamation Society. I mean, the Repatriation Society. Excellent. We've established that you've heard of it, and you neglected to mention it to my good friend Miss Wright the other day. Don't know what makes me bristle more, that he said we were good friends, or that he called me Miss Wright. But his ploy was remarkably effective, so I say nothing. Do you have an explanation for this? Sarah looks at him sheepishly. It's just something I overheard Jessica saying once. I asked her what it was, and she made me swear not to tell anyone what I heard. Someone is missing and might be in danger. Your promises to them don't mean anything. Yes, they do. What if Jessica doesn't want to be found? She has a point, Erica. I want to snap back at him, but I realize it's better to let him build a rapport with Sarah. Might get more out of her if I'm the bad cop. Surely, with a name like that, you were curious about the Pateo Repatriation Society. Surely you did some investigation of your own. Anything you found is your own research. It has nothing to do with your promise to Jessica, so there's no harm in telling us. I don't know. Chapter 3.
I believe.
I think you're protecting Jessica, but there is a fair chance that you're doing the exact opposite. She may be in danger. See, Sarah, not that long ago, I was accused of doing some very terrible things. In order to defend myself, I had to learn as much as I could about the terrible things they accused me of doing. I want to roll my eyes out of my head. Here's the key, Sarah. The person that the government accused me of being had a very specific modus operandi. You know what modus operandi means, Sarah? Not really. Well, the simple definition is mode of operation. It's more accurately translated as a boundary of work that will be done. This is an important distinction when dealing with crime. See, the simple definition frames the decisions of the criminal as a choice, whereas the true definition correctly frames it as a limitation. A criminal like the Heartbreaker Killer does not choose how he kills his victims. He is compelled to work within certain boundaries, either by his own psyche or by the collective will of society. Where in the world are you going with this, August? Crime committed in broad daylight is a crime easily punished. Mores of society force crime into the shadows, and someone who wishes to hurt or kill another must lure their victim into these shadows. Heartbreaker would identify his victims, find something they want, then lure them away from the light. Fear that the very same may have happened to your Jessica. This is a small town, full of prying eyes. Someone who wanted to hurt Jessica would have to compel her away from those eyes with the promise of something she wanted. What if this is the goal of the so-called Potato Repatriation Society? Really think Jessica might be in trouble? If I wanted to hurt Jessica, this would be how I would secret her away. Well, I did some research on my own. I asked around just a bit, didn't get anything concrete. If they're connected to anyone, it's probably Freedom's Dawn. Survivalists? Look, I haven't had any trouble from them since the police uprising. If they go after anyone, it's probably me, the FBI agent who's suddenly their sheriff. Why would they target some high school girl? Just telling you what I heard. Listen to what Sarah is saying, Erica. It's because your preconceptions cause you to doubt her. That doesn't mean she's wrong. I'm not trying to protect Freedom's Dawn. If I'm being honest with both of you, they scare the shit out of me. In fact, I spent my first few years investigating groups like that. After Oklahoma City, they had us working overtime on them. That said, as far as I can tell, their members in Mateo are practically the only ones content to be cut off from the rest of the world by the contingency. Maybe that's just a cover. It seems strange you would be defending them. I'm not. It just seems mixed up, that's all. Still, thank you for your time, Sarah. This was helpful. I don't relish the idea, but it looks like I'll have to figure out how Freedom's Dawn fits into all this. Do you think I was helpful, August? Of course you were, Sarah. Now go back to class. We'll let you know if I need anything else. Gets up and leaves. I immediately turn to August and give him a look. How the hell did you get to be the good cop? I've been told that several of my students have developed a crush on me. I suspect it is because I hold a position of authority. I treat them as equals and I give them attention that is otherwise denied by others in their life who have similar or greater authority. You have to be kidding.
You have me all wrong.
Not that I would ever act on such a thing, but it is useful to know. Better not act on anything with Sarah. I wouldn't dare. Even if I was such a lecherous person, she's not my type. I prefer women my own age, and especially women in uniform. You're not even going to ask if I'm joking with you? I'll give you one thing. Just one. Tail Reclamation Society? Nice trick. Teenagers always want to prove they are equal or better to their elders. I knew her desire to correct me would overrule her sense to keep quiet. That's why I'm letting you tag along. Not
Is that
other.
so?
Well, yes. Well, they were both useful. Shall we be going? Arrive at the cabin, I see that nothing on the exterior has changed. No one has been out here since Maddie and I investigated the first time. This is very near the tower line. Are you absolutely sure Jessica and Gary aren't out there? I did a very thorough check of the perimeter. It was the first thing I did. I didn't notice this cabin. I had no reason to think it was important. Fair enough. Let's see what's inside. Head into the cabin, August immediately gravitates towards the books on supernatural creatures near the bed. Don't worry about those, they're probably not important. Have you seen how small the Mateo branch of the library is? I'll take any book I can get. Even silly ones about vampires and werewolves are probably even published by the weekly World News.
Life is irrational.
Sometimes there is truth to be found in the fantastical, Erica. Fine, but first we're here to have a look at the attic. That's where I found Maddie. She said she cleaned it up. You want me to find what she missed? Despite what you insist, covering up violent crime is not something I have a lot of experience in. Nevertheless, I will do my best. He heads into the attic and I follow. I watch him as he examines the room, paying a good deal of attention to the roof on the left side. Take a look at this beam. What about it? It's chipped, ever so slightly. It's an old cabin. This is fresh damage, and note how the wood is a little rougher around the chip.
Are you paying attention?
This spot was scrubbed more than the rest of the beam, and the others were barely wiped down. What are you suggesting? I suspect there used to be a little bit of blood here, probably where someone hit their head or their arm, based on the height. Maddie scrubbed it away. That's all you've got? There are all sorts of ways this beam could have been damaged. Only one way it was damaged.
What?
I knew this would happen. What would happen? You can't stand not having anything to contribute. If you don't know something, you just make something up. Can I say I like being useful? You like sounding
Use your
smart.
brain.
I will bet you that some kind of fight happened up here, either between Jessica and Gary or involving some third party. What are we going to bet? I win, you have to cook me dinner. You win, I have to cook you dinner. That sounds like I lose either way. How about if I win, you confess to the heartbreaking murders? Even if I didn't commit them? Come on, August. It is actually tempting because I find the possibility that you can prove a negative rather slight. I must decline. I do not want to take on a bet if I cannot perform the conditions. And you aren't very certain of your conclusions? I'm certain that something happened up here that required cleanup, and I'm certain that the Bateos instructed Maddie to perform that cleanup. However, I admit I may have extrapolated a bit, though you have to admit it's strange she scrubbed that single chip spot on the rafter until it was raw. It is worth considering. I believe that is all I can divine from this cabin. Shall we be going? Before we reach the precinct, my heart is in my throat. I can scan the horizon, half expecting more towers to rise from the ground, or something even worse. Instead, I just see the normal hills and trees. That sound like
Guns
a
aren't my
rifle to you? Maddie
God,
runs
you're
out of
back.
the precinct.
Did you hear that sound? It didn't
Not
come from
dead.
the woods. And I don't think there's much game to hunt anyway.
I think it came from the train station. It's probably nothing, but I should check it out just in case.
Right, the train was supposed to come in today.
I'm coming with you.
I'm coming too.
I want to argue with both of them, but I don't have the energy. Fine. Maddie, lock up the precinct, then let's go. Find that a mob has surrounded the train. Mateo is a small town, but at least 100 people have gathered around the tracks today. A few people tried to climb a supply car while Mateo guards fight them off, but the biggest commotion surrounds a door from which supplies are unloaded. Glimpse Julian standing on a secluded section of the platform, watching a disturbance just a few feet away. Several of Julian's guards and twice as many townsfolk struggle to take possession of a small shoebox. Make way, coming through! I yell and shove my way through the crowd, but my progress is slow. This is Sheriff Wright! Make way! I don't think anyone can hear my voice over the commotion. As I try to push past one large man, he responds by shoving me to the ground. His blow takes me by surprise and knocks the wind out of me. Didn't know Maddie was so close to me, but she leaps towards the large man, startling him even more. Maddie sweeps her foot behind the man's legs while shoving his sternum. He topples backwards, taking someone else in the crowd with him. Maddie's hand
I've
reaches
got your
towards mine.
back, boss.
I grip her hand in a state of disbelief as she pulls me to my feet. She seems so happy to have helped me. I struggle with how to respond. I guess you weren't kidding about that
Sure
brown
wasn't.
belt. I appreciate the help. Let's keep moving. I realize I've lost track of August, but I can't worry about that right now. After a lot more yelling and shoving, I finally reach the crowd fighting over the shoebox. Among them, I see Stacy? He looks at me with a mixture of relief and embarrassment.
Oh, thank God you're here. Oh, we have to get that box.
Calm down. What's in that
Something.
box?
It doesn't matter what, but something. It's a miracle. The box returned to us with something inside of it.
Significance of what has happened starts to dawn on me, but I don't have time to dwell on it now. Man exchanges blows with one of the Battelle guards. Afterwards, the townsperson finally manages to rip the box from the guard's grip. Guard lifts his gun and fires. The noise rattles my head and explodes stars in my vision. I also glimpse a splash of blood. The crowd ebbs back. The man who grabbed the shoebox is lying on the ground, blood streaming from his shoulder. The shoebox falls from his grip. It breaks open. A piece of paper flutters out. There, grab it! Everyone stop! No one listens. Everyone's attention locks on the lone piece of fluttering paper. Everyone tries to grab it, even me. I see a dark blur on the edge of my vision, moving faster than I can comprehend. Someone else snatches the paper and pulls back from the crowd. Charlotte Battelle. I don't even know where she came from, but now that she's here, she captures everyone's attention. She holds the letter high and saunters back and forth on the
Settle
platform.
down, folks. No need to worry. I've secured the letter. If you keep fighting over this, you'll rip it to shreds. Then everyone loses.
Everyone stops to watch Charlotte with bated breath. I'm both grateful that Charlotte has managed to calm everyone and flustered that she managed to do what I could not. Charlotte Battelle, I need you to explain what's happening
is that you,
here.
Sheriff? What a convenient time for you to arrive. Maybe if you had arrived a little sooner, a man wouldn't be bleeding out on the ground right now.
One of your guards shot him. I saw it happen. We'll discuss the punishment for that soon enough.
Punishment? That guard maintained order. If not for that gunshot, I wouldn't be holding this letter right now.
This excites the crowd again. People yell and shake their fists. Tell us what it says. Give it back. That letter belongs to the Order of the Line.
Settle down. The way I see it, this letter belongs to all the people of Battelle, which is why I'll read it aloud for everyone to hear.
Charlotte, wait. The crowd yells and boos as I step forward to confront Charlotte. We don't know where that letter really came from. We shouldn't read it until we can confirm it's not a prank.
Frank, I don't see how that's possible. It was on the train when it returned from beyond the perimeter, Sheriff. These good townsfolk saw it unloaded with their very own eyes.
Nothing comes back after crossing the perimeter. That's
no one knows
impossible.
the difference between possible and impossible, Sheriff. Not anymore.
The crowd cheers. Charlotte grins at me with sugary satisfaction. She knows I can't win here. She holds up the letter and
People
clears
of
her throat.
Battelle, it is with great honor and humility that I write to you now from the world beyond the towers. I, Jessica Murdoch, have escaped Battelle with my beloved partner, Gary Reed.
Gasps sweep across the crowd. My heart
I have
freezes in my
sworn
chest.
oath not to explain how I achieved liberation, nor what I know of the world outside Battelle. But I can tell you this, it is all thanks to the Battelle Repatriation Society. I received this great
Repatriation.
blessing by following their instructions. Perhaps if you are deemed worthy, you can receive the same blessing. If so, I look forward to seeing you in the world beyond.
Charlotte folds up the letter and stuffs it
That's
into
all
her
she
jacket.
wrote. How wonderful! Let's celebrate Battelle. Jessica and Gary have repatriated.
Charlotte turns on her heel and saunters away. She disappears inside the
So
station
it's
building.
true. It is possible to escape the towers.
The crowd breaks into cheers. My stomach squeezes into a fist. No, it isn't, Stacy. We still need to confirm the source of that.
Repatriate!
Repatriate. I don't know who started the chant, but it's growing, spreading through the crowd. No, please listen to me. Nothing has changed. Those towers will still slaughter anyone who tries to walk past until I can confirm that letter's origins. The voice is lost completely. People are celebrating and they don't want to listen. I feel panic rising in my gut. This reminds me of what happened a few months ago to the cops who thought they could leave. Don't have time to dwell on that awful memory because I see Julian and his guards loading the wounded man onto a stretcher. I hurry towards them. Where are you taking this man?
To receive medical care, of course.
I feel like there's something off about Julian. He is fidgety and hyper alert. His eyes blaze more intensely than usual. I'll handle this. He should see
You
Nurse
want to put him in
Kathleen.
her joke of a hospital? That building still reeks of the animals it sheltered before she took ownership. No. We'll take him to the mansion and call for Nurse Kathleen from there.
Can't allow you to do that. Hand moves to my gun. Julian and all of his guards stop moving to watch me closely.
I beg to differ. I think the easiest thing for you to do right now would be to drop this whole issue and return to the police station.
Same guard who shot the civilian now has his hand around his gun. Despite myself, I'm scared. I'm outnumbered here. If this came to a fight, there's no way I'd win. Someone steps up beside me. To my surprise, it's Maddie. She's trembling, but her eyes burn with
Julian,
resolve.
this is the sheriff you're talking to.
I'm well aware of that, Madeline. I'm also aware that the title of sheriff only contains so much power as the people deign to give it. I strongly advise you not put that power to the test.
He leans a little closer to me, lowering
Erica,
his voice.
I know you only want to help, and I appreciate that, I do.
His eyes flick briefly to Charlotte.
But this is
then back
not
to me.
the time. Your posturing will only cause more chaos.
I can see why your mansion is a better place for him to recuperate than the nursery. Tell Nurse Kathleen to go to your mansion immediately, then maybe you can tell her yourself what you think of the her hospital.
Fair enough.
Need to get his name and contact info, and you had better believe I'll check in on him
As you
soon.
should.
As I gather the information, I watch Julian and his guards take the wounded man away. His stomach churns into knots. All illusions of control are unraveling around me. The same crowd that once tried to climb the train and fight the guards now celebrates the news of Jessica and Gary's repatriation. Order of the line, wearing caps in the style of traditional railroad conductors, gather in a large circle and chant together. I see Stacy among them, wearing her own cap. Someone puts a hand on my shoulder. I
I
turn to see
know this
Maddie.
didn't go how you wanted, Erica, but it's good news, right? Jessica and Gary escaped after all.
Do you really believe that, Maddie? All because of one flimsy piece of paper?
But it came straight from the train.
Mateo family supervises that train. They could have staged this
What?
whole thing.
Why would they do something like that?
I don't know, Maddie. Since you claim to know them, why don't you tell me? Crowds dispersing, the chaos is subsiding, but somehow I feel worse than when I arrived here. You know where
No,
August went?
I think he split off as soon as you went into the crowd.
Damn that slippery bastard.
Ah, speak of the devil. I
Excuse
was just
me?
telling Liam what a strong, hard-working sheriff you are.
And I'm inclined to agree, but, Erica,
Liam looks at August with obvious
is this man
discomfort.
really your partner?
Well, I don't know if I'd use the
We're
word
absolutely
partner.
partners.
You don't like Maddie, but you're happy to work with the Heartbreaker?
I'm not the Heartbreaker. There is no Heartbreaker. That nickname is absurd.
Drop it. This is not the time. Do either of you have any idea with what just happened on
I
that
heard Charlotte giving a
platform?
speech. Was it important?
She claims a letter arrived with the train just
Arrived?
now. Supposedly it traveled here from the outside
Oh.
world.
Are you serious? That's amazing. But why do you say claimed? Did you see it?
I glimpsed it. Charlotte
That's
read it to
great
everyone.
news.
I never got a chance to examine the letter myself. It could be fake, planted to derail my
Maybe I can
investigation.
help. I can talk to Charlotte about the letter for you. Maybe retrieve it.
I'd appreciate that, but I'd also like to investigate the train car in which the letter
Well,
arrived.
for security reasons, that's impossible. Yes,
sheriff.
but there are rules. Julian... Well...
I glance at August, curious of what he thinks of all this, but he is staring into space, deathly pale. August, are you alright? I was wondering if everything is okay.
I'm fine.
Don't think I've ever heard him lie so badly before.
I'll talk to Charlotte myself. Goodbye.
Just like that, he walks off. I watch after him in a state
Why is he called a heartbreaker anyway?
August, well, when he kills, he removes the heart from his victims, then pins them down with a knife.
Yeesh. Well, they're alive?
No, the heart is removed post-mortem.
Interesting. I mean, I have no idea how serial killers think, but I would assume they kill for the thrill of it? Or something like that.
Your assumption is largely correct, but criminals are the heroes of their own story. They always try to excuse their actions in some fashion. Heartbreakers seem to think he served a larger purpose by killing people and removing their hearts. He created grotesque displays of his victims after their death. He drew symbols on the ground in their blood, using some foreign language. I'm sorry, you probably didn't want so many details.
I was curious. Because if that man really is the Heartbreaker, I'd like to know who I'm dealing with. How can you possibly work with someone like that anyway?
Claims he's innocent.
And you believe him?
No, he can play nice all he wants, but I know that August is the
That's my
heartbreaker.
feeling too. But I'm glad to know that someone like you is keeping an eye on him. Besides, I think only a serial killer would act so casually about chasing my sister.
He laughs a little, but I don't think he's entirely joking.
So, what's next for you?
I'll take whatever actions are necessary to retrieve that
I
letter.
told you I'd ask Charlotte about that.
Yes, but I mean, in case
Come
that doesn't
on,
work.
you should be celebrating.
Maybe,
No buts.
but
You're gonna do something fun tonight. Something to relax and forget about work. Tell me something. Do you ever take off that sheriff badge? Other than when you put your PJs on. Like, ever?
well, I have to admit,
That's what
he
I
has a
thought.
point. Fine, so you tell me something. What fun am I supposed to have in this goddamn fucking
First of
town?
all, ouch. I have to admit, I share the town's name, so I can't help but take that a little personally. Secondly, I have an idea of something fun we could do.
All ears.
No. This is better off as a surprise.
I hate surprises.
You also seem to hate fun. Maybe it's time for a change?
What exactly do you want
I
me
want
to
you
do
to meet
then?
me somewhere.
Gives me some directions to an area in Bataille. What's in that area other than a few abandoned
I guess you'll just have
buildings?
to come find out.
Right. Sounds amazing and not at all.
Sarcasm. Nice. I'm going to take that as a good sign.
Behind me, the crowd is dispersing, but I still occasionally hear the word repatriation shouted to the sky. Listen, I should get back to work.
But then we're both going to relax. See you there at 8 o'clock?
Fine. I make my way through the dispersing crowd until
Erica!
I find Maddie.
There you are. Is something wrong?
Of course something's wrong. Based on a flimsy piece of paper I didn't get to examine, people have hope they can
Is
leave
hope
town
such a
again.
bad thing?
It is when it results in heads literally exploding.
So, I guess this means you're not ready to close the case?
You're damn right I'm not.
Good.
Your response surprises me. You're not going to try and talk
Well, I
me
do
out of
think
it?
it'd be nice to celebrate a little. I want to believe that Jessica and Gary really are safe somewhere out there. But I also want to keep working the case with you. I'm afraid you'll fire me once it's over.
I studied Maddie for a moment. She proved useful today, and she sounds sincere. I have to remember how this all started. I appreciate your help today, as long as you don't make another mistake like the one
I
in the
really
cabin.
don't know what came over me that day. I'll keep doing better, I swear.
Good, because if that's true, I could really
No
use the help.
shit! Your partner is an accused murderer. If I can't rise above that bar, then we're all in trouble.
Maddie falls silent for a moment. For some reason, she looks down at her elbow and touches it gently. Remember how her elbow was bandaged when she first came to the precinct?
No.
Something wrong?
Yes. I want to talk to you about something. Something I've been thinking.
You know something about Jessica
No.
and Gary?
I guess it's more about me. But it might be important. Maybe. Unless I'm just imagining things.
You're not making a very
I
strong
know,
case.
I'm sorry. I don't want to waste your time.
Look, I'm still on the job. We need to make sure none of these happy idiots feel inspired to cross the towers. Understand? I'm going to patrol the perimeter. If you really want to help, you
Okay,
should too.
I will.
Maybe we can talk
Really?
after that. Oh, I'm supposed to meet Liam around 8. I might not have time
You're
until after.
meeting Liam? I thought you were dating Julian.
I'm not dating either of them. I'm using whatever chance I can to get information from them.
Good. Then I can wait until you get back from your meeting.
Fine. I'll meet you back at the precinct later tonight.
Sounds
then we'll
good.
talk. Before the workday's over, I need to follow up one more lead. Freedom's Dawn. Sarah thought that they might have been connected to the Bateo Repatriation Society. Whether Jessica and Gary repatriated or not, I need to look into how Freedom's Dawn might be connected to their disappearance. Until now, I've avoided the members of Freedom's Dawn at any cost. After the police uprising, they were the only ones who objected to making me Bateo's sheriff. It didn't matter to the Freedom's Dawn that I was the only qualified person left. I was an outsider. Of course, I was a Fed. Fortunately, they were as happy to stay out of my way as I was to stay out of theirs. In some ways, they were the only ones somewhat happy about the contingency, maybe because they thought I proved them right. Whatever their reasons, I know I finally have to talk to them. If they know something about Jessica, I have to find out. So I approach the doorstep of their leader, Thomas Wagner. I knock, and as soon as he opens the door, he shoots me a
Agent Wright, what are you doing here?
I'm sure you've heard that Jessica Murdoch is
Yes,
missing.
and her boyfriend. What does that have to do with me?
Supposedly, she was involved with something called the Bateo Repatriation
Still
Society.
don't see why you're at my doorstep.
I want to know if Freedom's Dawn is also involved.
Oh, you're finally coming for me and my brothers.
I didn't say anything like that. Here looking for clues about 2 missing teenagers. Jessica's friend Sarah thought you might have something to do with the Bateo Repatriation
Well,
Society.
Sarah should keep her mouth shut. I thought those kids got out of Bateo anyway.
Can't possibly believe they really made it past the
I don't know
towers.
what I believe anymore. What I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with whatever happened to them. So if you're trying to wrap this around as a reason to cause trouble for me and my brothers, we ain't gonna make it easy for you here in Batale.
We're not going after you or your brothers,
Please,
Thomas.
call me Tip.
For some reason that puts me over the edge. I was trying to be nice, but that just can't last. So, Tip, what are you and Freedom's Dawn even about anymore? What do survivalists do after the world
We
ends?
are not survivalists, Agent Wright. We are a local group that protects the interests of our community.
From what? Nothing outside Batale can even reach us. What was your group's single issue? Taxes? The IRS isn't coming. Guns? You have what's here in the city, but no more are coming or being taken by anyone. Chemtrails? Even planes don't fly over Batale anymore. So what are you so
We're worried
about?
about you, Agent Wright. Your illegal and unprecedented takeover of local law enforcement.
Local law enforcement went and blew themselves up like idiots. Stare tells me that maybe I've gone too far. Look, If there was a way for me to leave Battail and leave you alone forever, I'd do it in a heartbeat. No reason to be
We're not scared of you, Agent Wright. We know what we can do about you if we have to. And you wanted to know what we still do? We prepare for what's next. You think those towers are gonna protect us forever? One day, they'll go dark. Or they'll go down. And we'll have to be ready for what's on the other side.
What do you think that is?
Your people. What else would require this level of protection?
I disagree that the towers are protecting us, but...
You have no idea what you're talking about. The last 20 years, you monsters have been waging a war against Battail and all sorts of towns like it. Now your people can't touch us. Can't turn us into whatever it is you think we're supposed to be. And I bet they're furious.
I won't even begin to speculate on what's happening outside the towers, but I doubt anyone in Washington is particularly angry that they can't meddle with Battail, Missouri.
Seems I know our government better than you do. Not surprising.
This isn't going anywhere. Let me just ask you point blank. Do you know anything about the Battail Repatriation Society?
No. Now will you leave me alone?
With pleasure. After I talked to Wagner, it's time to meet up for Liam at the mystery spot he described. Whenever I walked by this area in the past, it looked like a dump. I didn't give it a second thought. Now a spark of life has returned to the place. Cheerful lights form a ring around the field. A young man attends the concession stand. The smell of popcorn brushes my nose. So, what do you think? I'm confused. Was this a drive-in theater? It is a drive-in theater, ready to put on a show for your viewing pleasure. But I've never seen it in business before. It went out of business a while back, but it still has some life in it. Life provided by
Think of
Battail
it this
money.
way.
Well, what's money for if not having fun? It's for food, shelter, and, well, who the hell knows anymore? Before long, the US dollar will be meaningless to anyone in Battail. That's the spirit. Now let's get some popcorn. I follow Liam to the stand to get some popcorn. I find myself stuffing my mouth with it, then realize I hadn't eaten since noon. Liam leads us to a single truck parked in the middle of the field. Is this your truck? Well, sorta. I asked Gary Lewis to let me borrow it. Can't enjoy a drive-in movie without a good vehicle to lounge on. I see blankets and pillows inside the back of the truck. It looks surprisingly comfy. As I climb inside with Liam, however, I find myself blushing. He feels strangely like I'm getting in a bed with him. Is this setup normal for a drive-in?
Not so sure.
Maybe not. I just wanted to be comfortable. Tried my best to get comfortable, despite the unexpected sensation of intimacy, and I resume eating my popcorn as if it gives me a shield. You want some popcorn? Leans out of the truck and waves at someone. The large screen of the drive-in flickers to life. So what are we watching?
This is awesome.
Oh my gosh! Really? Really, Lost Boys? Oh, sure. I mean, sure, Lost Boys. No, but I've heard of it. Isn't it about vampires or something? I shrug. Fantasy is nice sometimes. It helps me forget about the troubles of real life. Fantasy. Right. Although ever since the contingency, it's hard to tell the difference sometimes. Hey, I'm trying to get in the mood for this, alright? Right. Sorry, shutting up now. I'll settle in as the movie starts up. For long, the movie captivates me. I didn't really expect that to happen. After all, it's a silly movie about vampires. Yeah, I'm completely sucked in. Every once in a while, Liam tries to make conversation, but I shush him quickly. I don't like to talk during a movie. When it's over, I lean back against the truck and contemplate the film. I I really enjoyed it up until the ending. Ending is terrible. All the vampires mindlessly getting slaughtered. That's just depressing. Like, couldn't they have all made peace somehow? I don't know about that. How can predators make peace with their prey? That's not how the world works. The ending was bad because it was very, very cheesy. Okay, that too. Ending aside, it's a pretty fun movie, isn't it? To my own surprise, I find myself nodding. Yes, that was fun. Just a little while, I forgot about the towers, about Jessica and Gary, about that letter. As I recall what I managed to forget, anxiety creeps back into my stomach like icy water. That's in my predicament.
I
Liam
love
interrupts.
this.
Still a dozen times? Really? I don't have many options around here. I don't think I've ever seen any movie a dozen times. I admit, I enjoyed it, but it helped a lot that those Lost Boys were easy on the eyes. I wasn't a fan of the ghoulish makeup used whenever they transform into vampires. Yeah, not the best look, but it's fitting, you know. They get overcome with bloodlust and start killing people. That shouldn't be pretty. His gaze wanders, and now he's the one who seems distracted by an unpleasant thought. So why do you love the movie so much?
I'm not sure.
Yes, I can relate to Michael. Main character? I suppose the transformation from human to vampire is a good coming-of-age metaphor. Right, exactly. A transformation like that is confusing. I also love how the little brother keeps fighting for Michael even when he realizes Michael is a vampire. A relationship like that is what we should have... Gosh darn it, Jason. A relationship like that is what should have saved Michael in the end, not a dumb death sequence of the lead vampire getting crushed by a car. I think you're interpreting the film a bit too literally. Yeah, you're probably right. It's a silly movie, totally unrealistic. I mean, those vampires can fly. Isn't that crazy? I would love to fly. Maybe if we could fly, we could get over the towers. Stiffen. Can't fly over the towers. If that were the case, we would have seen airplanes pass through. Probably aren't any more airplanes.
Whatever.
What do you mean? I mean, I don't know. Who knows? But birds come in and out, don't they? I don't see the point of this discussion. Okay, we can't fly, so there's no point discussing that. But it still makes me wonder. We'll never find a way out of here if we don't consider every possibility. Stop. This is not something you get to test because you're curious. Everyone who tries to leave dies. Everyone who tries to walk out dies, but there is no but. There is nothing else to discuss. All he did was try to look at the sensor. All he did was try to examine it and heart races. Sweat prickles across my brow. His head was just gone. It was gone. One minute he was working with me, smiling at me, and then not sure what's happening to me. I feel as if I'm back there on the night of the contingency, watching Jones approach the tower. Sorry. There is no sorry. There is no regret. It's not a matter of trial and error. You try to leave and you die. It's as simple as that.
I'm sorry.
Sheriff Miller thought he could leave. He thought he could blow up the tower. He convinced all the other police officers to help him. I tried to stop them. I tried to talk them out of it, but then they all died. Then they all died too. Tears run down my cheeks. I can't stop them. The grief washes over me in an unstoppable wave. It wasn't your fault. You did everything you could. People still don't understand. People still try to leave, and then I find their headless corpses at the perimeter. You ever look at a town sign near the edge of the town, the one that lists our population? Really, no. Well, I do. I update that population number when people in this town die. The population used to be 729. Now it's 656. That's because people still try to leave. Stay silent, and I'm glad. I don't want to argue about this. I don't want him to tell me everything's all right. I want him to accept the truth as I have. Towards me, his gentle querying seems to silently ask whether I want a hug. There's no use trying to hold back now. I'm already weeping and I don't want to talk about it. I lean against him, let his arms wrap around me. I don't like to feel this pain. That's why it's called pain. It hurts and it's agony. Yet there is something good about laying it out, or at least sharing it with another person. The longer I lean against him, clutching his shirt, the more I feel as if my pain drains away, leaving me lighter in its absence. I lose track of how long I sit there holding him. Eventually my tears stop. I realize his shirt is wet and cold where I cried on it. I also notice that Liam's body is very stiff against mine. First he cradled me while I cried. Now his hands are pulled back, his arms rigid. I lean back and try to wipe the sticky grief from my face.
Please.
Sorry. But his voice is strange, distant, and he won't meet my eyes. He stares down into the bed of the truck. I'm glad I could give you a shoulder to cry on at least. This isn't like me. I'm not the sort of person who
Erica.
cries. Everyone cries. It's not something to be ashamed of, and you feel better now? Yes, a little bit. But especially don't be sorry. Still can't shake the feeling that I made him uncomfortable somehow. Are you alright? Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. I want to understand the towers, but only because I want to keep this town safe, like you do. Besides, I like it here in Battelle. My family is here. Mansion, my books, and my tools are all here, and so are you. I'm in no hurry to leave any of that behind. The warmth of his voice surprises me. It's hard for me to imagine that anyone would be content to stay here. Check my pocket watch. Shit, this took too long. I'm supposed to meet Maddie back at the precinct. Need a ride? No, I'm used to walking these days. It just seems like you're in a hurry. I'll be fine. Anyways, this was nice. I enjoyed the movie. Now I have to get back to work.
Hey!
Start to walk away. Don't work too hard, okay? If you ever want to take a break, glance back long enough to give him a parting wave. I know who to call. When I reach the precinct, I find that most of the lights are turned off. I don't see Maddie anywhere. I wonder whether she left me a note, so I turn the light back on. I jump with surprise and reach for my gun because someone is sitting at my desk. August? His face is flushed, his eyes glazed over. A half-empty bottle of bourbon sits on the desk
Hello
next
there,
to him.
Sheriff Wright.
What are you doing here, August?
Contemplating the complexities of the universe. Or perhaps the lack thereof.
You're
Not drunk enough.
Lately, I see a large sledgehammer on the floor next to him. I reach for my gun again. What the hell is
I tried
that?
to break the ceiling. Oh, give me a
August!
fucking break. You work every day in this miracle of nature and you ignore it. Before the contingency, people say this was a simple, one-story building with a handful of rooms. Now it looks like a skyscraper from the outside, but on the inside it looks like it always did before. And no one can get to the upper floors.
I know
Why
all
doesn't
this.
it drive you crazy?
There's an edge to his voice that sends a chill down my spine. I keep my hand on my gun while
All
stepping away
these
from him.
days I spent locked in that cell. I wondered what would happen if someone tried to break through the ceiling. Why didn't you ever try, Erica?
People used ladders to reach the windows on the second floor, then tried to break them. It didn't work. They were impenetrable, and no one could see through the glass. I glance up at the ceiling. I assume your attempt was equally
I didn't even
futile?
shake off a speck of dust, but I had to try. Why didn't you try, Erica?
It might be like the towers. Even if you found the threshold, it might kill you
So
once you
you're
cross.
afraid. A strong, stern sheriff who reaches for a gun at every opportunity is too afraid to take a step into the dark.
He's moving towards me. I cock my gun and aim it straight at him. Not another step, August. He grins at me, then takes another step. I aim for the ceiling and fire. The next few seconds are a blur. I know I only pulled the trigger once, but I seem to hear multiple gunshots, one after the other. Based on the sound of shattering, I must have broken quite a few items with my frantic stunt. Even when it's over, the fierce noise echoes in my head with an intensity that leaves me dizzy. Then I hear August
Nice
laughing.
try, Sheriff. A noble effort indeed.
Follow his gaze around the office. I know I aimed at the ceiling, but it seems that the bullet I fired struck everything except the ceiling. Ricochet?
Such powerful deduction, too. What an amazing sheriff.
That's it. I'm putting you
Go
back in
ahead.
your cell.
That's probably why I came here, anyway. I probably wanted you to.
Stomach clenches into a fist. You wanted me
I'm trying
to?
so hard to be a good boy, but I was feeling rather naughty.
Straight with me, August. What are you
know
saying?
what I'm saying.
He heaves a sigh and returns to the
Put me
bottle.
up for the night. I'll just ask Charlotte to get me out in the morning.
Recall that when I saw him last, he went looking for Charlotte. Did you talk to Charlotte after the train
Talked to her?
incident?
Oh, yes, I talked to her. And a few other things, too.
Oh, so I guess the two of you are 2 laps harder.
You're blushing. Oh, it's adorable. Such a lovely shade of pink. Oh, no, I'm not sleeping with Charlotte. Not yet. And I'm not sure I want it to go that far. Standards are quite low, you know. I'm quite sure she fucks her own brother.
What?
Nope.
Liam?
Julian.
Is that what's bothering you
Everything
right now?
about Charlotte bothers me. And it should bother you, too. She's got this entire town wrapped around her pinky finger, like a strand of her beautiful hair. I think she might even be responsible for it. She bothers me, Erica. She bothers me very much.
Long, uncomfortable silence follows his words.
Are you going to
until
lock me
finally-
up or not?
Walk into that cell. Do it
Oh.
now.
I could put up a fight. We could wrestle a little while. Might be fun.
Or I could skip the wrestling and shoot you in the leg.
I do believe that you would. Don't worry, I was only kidding. Just having a little laugh.
I'm counting to 0. 3,
I'm going,
2.
going.
Skips his way to the cell and I follow closely behind. As soon as he's inside, I shut the door and lock.
Fuck. I don't really want to be in here again.
No reason to worry, right? Charlotte will just let you
I
out
don't
later.
want to talk to Charlotte. Please, Erica, I didn't mean it. I don't want to stay in here.
It's too late. You're acting an awful lot like the heartbreaker
Don't
right
call
now.
me that fucking name!
And you dig the whole deal.
Erica, have I ever told you how beautiful you are? You're like a budding perennial in the fresh morning dew.
I swear to God, August, if you don't shut up now, I'll never let you out of here again. If you stay quiet, I might at least consider releasing you tomorrow. Sulking, August drags his feet to the cot and collapses on it. Heave a heavy sigh and make my way out. It has been a very long day. But it's not over yet. Maddie really wanted to talk about something. Now it's bothering me. I should check on her. I knock on the door. I wait. I knock again. No response. That's strange. The lights are on inside. I see her car parked in the driveway. No. I see 2 cars parked in the driveway. I hesitate. Whatever's going on here is probably none of my business. Maybe Maddie's spending time with a friend. Or maybe... I hear muffled voices coming from inside. They're distant, but loud enough to reach my ears. Step lightly to the window, then peer inside. See 2 dark shapes further in. I'll need to move in a different window to a different window to get a better view. So I do. Creep around the house, then sidle up to the window. A careful glance inside shows me that her guest is Julian. If I lean a little closer, I can hear what they're saying.
Must have had something to do with it. You met with Jessica, didn't you? Shortly before she disappeared.
I met with her once. What of it? She hounded me with letters about the train. I thought if I agreed to meet her in person, she would be satisfied.
So, was she satisfied?
You could say that, yes. I convinced her to leave the matter alone.
And you never saw her again?
Have you discussed any of this with Erica?
No, I didn't remember any of it until this morning.
Good. No reason to give her ideas. In any case, it's not important. It's a small town. Of course I met with Jessica once. Why wouldn't I?
I'm just so confused. What's wrong with my memories? It's like everything's scrambled since the last time I saw you.
Have you been using again?
No, of course not.
Then why did I find these in your kitchen?
Pulls out a vial of liquid and a syringe.
No, you didn't. I don't know where you got those.
Julian seems
You're a
to
strong
hesitate.
girl, Maddie. You broke the habit once, and I admire you for that. I'd prefer to keep your head clear. Things would be so much easier that way. Your behavior in the cabin was sloppy.
My behavior in the cabin? What are you talking about?
Never mind. You're too honest for your own good, Madeline.
I need you to explain this, Julian. Why did I clean up that cabin? Do you know why?
Look into my eyes, Maddie. Do you
Stares
trust
at him.
me?
Not really, no.
Fine. Let me rephrase. I helped you once. Isn't that true?
Yes. I'll never forget that. You gave me a job when no one else would. If it wasn't for you.
Good.
Moves a little closer to Maddie. He reaches up to brush some hair from her face. I know Maddie once said she wasn't attracted to Julian or interested in men in general, but now she leans towards his touch like she can melt into
So
his arms.
now you'll help me.
I'd like to help, yes?
Good. Then you'll keep working for Erica and ensure she stops looking for Jessica and Gary.
I don't know. Erica thinks the letter might be fake. She thinks maybe...
You'll convince her otherwise. You'll find a reason for her to believe that letter is real, won't you?
Hear a note of determination return to
Only if
Maddie's
that's
voice.
the truth.
Fine. Let me see your arm.
I told you I'm not using! I haven't since...
His fingers trail down her arm, almost like a caress at first. Her voice goes soft as he leans down to examine her inner elbow. Julian opens his mouth slightly. I see the bright flash of sharp teeth right before him. They sink into Maddie's arm. She flinches, but only for a moment. Then she sighs and leans against him, almost purring as his mouth digs into her flesh. For a moment, I feel almost as transfixed as Maddie. I can't process what I'm seeing. This isn't the behavior of two lovers. This is something else entirely. Finally, my weapon is in my hands and my muscles remember how to move. First shot smashes the window, then I rush to the opening, not caring whether shards of glass cut me on the way. As soon as I'm through the broken glass, I train my gun on Julian. Step away from her, now! He has already released her, his red eyes gape wide at me, his mouth still glistening. And I see a blur, nothing more. I'm not sure how else to describe it. He moves so quickly, I hear the door slam before I see him walk through it. I hear his car rev up and then the squeal of his tires as he races away. Maggie collapses on the couch, her eyes glazed over. Blood still pours from the open wound on her arm.
What happened?
Julian, he hit your arm, and then I think he drank. Can't bring myself
Is
to
that
say
you,
it aloud.
Erica? Oh, I feel dizzy.
She acts like she's drugged. I see the vial of heroin Julian left on the table. I know she didn't use any. You have any bandages?
I don't have any.
Where's your bathroom? Points down the hall, then falls further back.
I'm sorry. I'm really tired. Thank God.
She falls asleep before she can finish the sentence. Find something to wrap Maddie's wound, and I tend to it while she's sleeping. Remember the wound on her arm when she first came to the precinct, and I know that this is the first time this happened to her. Don't know how to process any of this right now. All I know is I've had a very long day, and I'm not going to leave Maddie alone here tonight. So I settle onto the couch, racing away from my own thoughts until I fall asleep next to her. Chapter 4. Well, I need to do two. I need 2 achievements, so I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to do chapter 4 here. The testimony of Lim Batale before the Environmental Protection Agency Committee on the Batale Superfund site, August 1996. I want you to understand, Commissioner, exactly what we're dealing with in Southeast Missouri. There's this trope in fantasy and science fiction. I know you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but please stay with me. Long buried ancient force. Humans dig into the ground and they dig too deep. They find something that should have always remained underground and they unleash it upon the world. This happens out of a combination of hubris and greed and the uncertainty that it is always better to keep going, no matter all the signs that demand they turn back. First, this ancient force destroys the miners, then the locals, and finally it threatens the world. You think of this as a fantasy trope, a fairy tale, a cautionary fable even, but it is very much real. My great-grandfather was the man who ordered his miners to dig too deep, and like all true evils, the evil he uncovered seemed benign, even useful. Called it lead, and now it is everywhere. When I wake up, I feel Maddie's body warm against mine. I look down and see her head against my shoulder, her chest rising and falling with sleep. How long have we been in this position? It's a strange sensation for me, being so physically close to another person for such a long period. I notice that some blood is seeping through the bandage on her arm. I gently try to wiggle free. Maddie stirs, her eyes flutter. She snuggles further against me.
Don't go, Carrie.
Maddie? Is the sheriff right? She stirs, looks up, and blinks a few times. Her face turns bright red as she scrambles away from me.
I'm sorry,
She looks around in confusion.
I had a dream you were here. And so was Julian, and what happened?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself, but first we need to change your bandage and get some coffee in our bloodstreams. Maddie's confused about the bandage, but seems to agree about coffee. About 10 minutes later, we sit back down with our coffee, but as my head clears with the caffeine, I wish that it wouldn't. Maddie stares at her bandaged arm with a pale face. The vial and syringe Julian brought glisten on the table.
I know how this must look, but I swear that heroin, or whatever it is, it's not mine. I didn't use any.
I know. I believe you. You really don't remember anything from last night?
I remember Julian was here. He was disappointed in me. And then there was a gunshot. That's really all I remember.
I nod and take a deep breath. I feel as if saying it aloud will make it too real, but I can't avoid it any longer. Last night I came here to talk to you, but I found you with Julian. I know this sounds ridiculous, but I watched him bite your arm and I think he drank your blood.
He what?
Drank your blood.
I heard you, what the fuck?
She peels back the bandage and looks at the wound. Surely enough, there are 2 puncture wounds. Like
Shit.
veins. When I first met you, your arm was bandaged. You told me you heard it trimming some bushes. Was that true?
I don't know anymore. Actually, when I got that first wound on my arm, it was a situation like this. I found a syringe nearby. I didn't remember much about that night, and I feared I was using again.
A dark cloud passes
Julian
across her face.
He wouldn't do that to me, would he?
So you've used heroin in the past? She jerks as if I stabbed her.
I only used it a few times. In college.
It's one of the most addictive substances.
You think I
known to
don't know
man.
that?
Shadow on her face
I
darkens.
got control of myself. I put myself in rehab before Dad could. He had hospitalized me before, when he found out I was gay. I wasn't about to give him a valid reason to pull that shit on me again. I got a hold of myself. I went to therapy. I actually healed in other ways while I was in rehab. But by then it was too late. The damage was done. Dad found out. He pulled my college funding, got me expelled. It's not like it's your fault.
All silence hangs between us.
The only one who ever ignored the shit this town said about me. He didn't care that I was gay. He trusted me when I said I'd never use drugs again. He gave me a job when I was floundering in life with no idea what to do next. He saved me.
Then he used you. He drank your blood and brainwashed
That's
you somehow.
ridiculous.
Trust me, I agree, but I can't deny the facts. It seems like he compelled you to clean that cabin before I could sweep for evidence. And last night he wanted you to convince me the letter from Jessica and Gary
Oh, the letter
was
that
real.
arrived on the train? It is real. I know that much at least.
Stare at her a moment. Why do you
Because-
think it's real?
Because the train doors were sealed before the letter was pulled out. I talked to someone about it. There was no opportunity for anyone to plant something.
Keep staring at her. She sounds fully convinced of this fact. Who did you talk to?
I don't remember right now. I think I took notes. I'll show you later.
Maddie, you didn't talk to anyone about sealed doors. You're making all this up because Julian told you to.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure.
She groans and
Erica,
clutches her head.
I'm really confused.
I know.
What exactly
So
are
am
you
I.
trying to say here? That Julian's a vampire?
Force a swallow down my throat. Can't think of a better word for it. In any case, he's a dangerous man, and he's been manipulating you for his
And
own
what about the rest of his
purposes.
family? Are they vampires too?
I remember watching the silly vampire movie with Liam. I remember him saying the movie was unrealistic because the vampires could fly. I gulp again. I don't know exactly how this works, but we should prepare for the possibility that all the Mateos are vampires. And he stares somberly
What
into
are
the
we
couch
going to
cushions.
do?
I should talk to Mayor Ward. If I'm going to act against the Mateos,
All right.
I'll need his help.
Let's go right now.
Wait a minute, you should probably stay here. You're still
And I'm
disoriented.
pissed as hell. I'm gonna help you with this whether you like it or not.
Blink at her a few times, stunned by her tone, but I also know there's no point in arguing. Fine, change your clothes.
I'll be
get us
ready in
something to
5.
Still stewing over what I will say to Mayor Ward when we reach City Hall. Don't even check in on August in the holding cell. Go right to his door and knock, figuring that I'll have the words when I need them. Sheriff Wright, it's early. Is everything okay? No, Jeff, everything is not okay. The town is being run by vampires. This isn't exactly how I pictured saying it, but what is done is done. Now hold on a minute. Julian Mateo, probably all of them now that I think of it. He bit Maddie. She's not lying. Maddie extends her arm and shows Ward the wound. Sheriff, can I see you in my office? You want me to leave Maddie here? It would make things easier. You're not responding at all like I expected. Well, anything you can say to me about this, you can say in front of Maddie. She's the victim here. She's the one who was hurt. Fine. Madeline, you may come in as well. Mayor opens his door all the way and motions for us to join him in his
understand.
office. Erica's right. Why aren't you panicking? Because you don't believe us? Because I already know. Hold on. You know about Julian Mateo? I know about all of them. It's not what you think. We think they're vampires. Okay, it is what you think. You're going to need to explain a lot of things right now, Jeff. Last night I watched Julian sink his teeth into Maddie's arm and drink from her. It's a long story. We have time. Found out a few months ago. They need blood to live. They don't need to kill. They don't even need to really hurt anyone. Look at Maddie's arm. Did you interrupt him, Julian? Of course I did. He was biting her. They have ways of healing up the wound, or so they say. I don't really know for sure. I know we need them. They're vampires. Yelling at me over and over isn't going to change the facts of the matter. You know that the Mateos control the train. They bring in food. They bring in supplies. They're the only reason we haven't starved. The only reason we haven't descended into chaos. You kept this from me. Well, what was I supposed to do? Burst into your office one day and tell you that we're living in a town with a family of vampires? That's what I did. Of course that's what you did. You're not from around here, Sheriff. He lets that sit for a moment as if it explains everything. It doesn't. So how did you discover all this? Did you stumble on them drinking from your assistant? I'm your deputy. That's not important right now. Liam, he needed blood. He doesn't like just taking it from people, even if they swear it's perfectly safe. Have some blood at the clinic. Donations, just in case of emergencies. Julian needed the key. It's a very long night, Sheriff. Lots of talk. Talk of what all of this means. You heard all this and you didn't stab him through the heart with a stake? Have you seen Julian Pateo? He could break me over his knee even if he wasn't a vampire. Did Liam get his blood? Of course he did. I instructed the clinic to solicit donations whenever possible. I thought it would be easier that way. Was it? Liam always has what he needs. The other two, Charlotte and Julian, they take what they need. Promise not to hurt anyone, though apparently that's possible. To know anything else? You probably expect this question, but why exactly are vampires? Erica, I hope you never called us here in Batale uneducated, because I know what vampires are in books and movies, but this is real. What did Julian tell you about them, Sheriff? Or what did Julian tell you about them, Jeff? All I know is that they drink blood and they don't like the sun. I didn't ask a lot of questions. How did you not ask a lot of questions? I'm not like you, Sheriff. I don't go sticking my nose into everyone's business. We're a very private family. I didn't want to cause a stir. Did you ask for proof? How did they prove they were vampires? You needed blood to drink. That's all the proof I need. Didn't ask him to turn into a bat? Why would I do that? You came to my office a couple of days after the towers and told me you were an FBI agent. I didn't ask you to arrest someone to prove it. I'd already arrested someone, August Flynn. I needed a place to stash him. Also, that's not at all the same thing. It's not. I was frightened, okay? The whole thing was strange to me. I couldn't come up with words to ask all the questions I had. Yes, if I could go back in time, I would ask Julian all sorts of things, but he laid it all out on me. He laid it all on me, and then he left. Just accepted it and moved on. We've had months of peace since then. I think I made the right choice. See about that. Any other questions? So you made a deal with the Bateos, you let them feed on us, and every week they bring the supplies we need to survive? It's not that craven, Sheriff. Julian said I could expose them. He said he'd still keep everyone safe. He said the trains would keep coming. But do you have any idea what would happen if people found out? Torches and pitchforks. That's what happens in the book. That's Frankenstein. What? The villagers don't come with torches and pitchforks for Dracula. You're thinking of... Focus, Maddie. The point still stands, no matter where it originates in literature. I'll level with you, Sheriff. We need the Bateos. I don't know how they keep the train coming, but they do. Little blood every few days, a few wounds that heal before we even notice them. Is that too much of a price to pay? This is a lot to deal with. We're surrounded by 36 towers that will make our heads explode if we get too close. By comparison, the demands of the Bateos are a minor inconvenience. Anything else? You admit that the Bateos control the train. What do you know about it? Every Monday he brings us enough food to feed the town, cloth, toilet paper, light bulbs, and even some building supplies to help repair anything that falls apart. It's a fucking miracle, that's why I know about it. First time he came, Julian was there with the guards he employs. He distributed it fairly, never even took a cut for himself. It's been like that since the towers rose. Yes, but who is sending it? Best I can guess, someone on the outside who knows we need the help. Inanimate objects can cross the tower, that much we are sure of. Someone, maybe the state or the federal government or one of the Bateo's business partners, knows that we're cut off from the world. They're sending us care packages, and the Bateos are handling it. Why aren't they sending us information? Why aren't they telling us what's happening outside? Maybe it's worse than in here. Maybe they don't want to worry us. That's an awful way to think about it. Point is, the Bateos own the train. It's one of theirs. They send it back every time. If we lose the train, we lose the town. We all die. We could grow our own food. We have the land. Are you a farmer, Sheriff? No. Neither am I. So I'm not going to make the call that we can just handle food all on our own. What else do you want to know? No, that's it. I can't believe all this. So what are you going to do? Tell the whole town, blow everything apart and see what happens? I want to expose them, but I need more information. I need to be able to control what happens next. In the train, we'll take that into consideration that the town runs on supplies that the Mateos seem to provide. I will not let that be the sole factor in my decision. Well, you're going to be my sheriff when the food starts to run out, so I suppose you'll be making your own bed. Not making anything. I need more information. I need to talk to others. I need perspective because this all seems crazy right now. Send me a message before you blow the whole story open. Do what I can. Mateo's only clinic is run by the only medical professional in town, Kathleen Duran, a nurse who used to work at St. Anne County Hospital. There weren't any doctor's offices or pharmacies in Mateo, so it is housed in an old veterinary office that had closed down a year before the towers rose. No one had gotten around to fully cleaning out the facility. Supposedly the property was still in probate, so there was a decent amount of equipment that could be salvaged. Right now this clinic is usually staffed by Kathleen or Nancy Schiff, a hairstylist and barber for the contingency. They use one of the only working vehicles still in town, a small school bus converted into a rickety ambulance. According to the mayor, the clinic had something worked out with the Mateos to collect blood whenever possible. As long as she's not completely compromised, I assume Kathleen will be able to give me more information. Hey there, Sheriff. Got someone down at the station you need looked at? If it's Carl, I'm not going to run another IV to fix his hangover. No, actually, I'm here about the Mateos. So how are collections going this month? Collections? Mateo sent me to check in on your blood supply. Well, it's not been that great this month. I'm trying as hard as I can, but could you ask Julian if he has a little more money I can offer folks? $10 in a cookie doesn't always get it done. I'll pass the message along. What? You will? I thought... Maddie, shh! Why do the Mateos need blood? Wait a minute, what's going on here? Mateos didn't send me. I was just confirming something I already knew. You have a deal with them to provide them blood. Them? No, it's for the town. They say we need it in case of an emergency. You really don't know what the Mateos do with the blood? Well, I assume they just dispose of it safely. I don't know how to deal with biological waste. We're not going to keep any refrigerated past 30 days. They just come by and pick up the old blood whenever it's time to get rid of it. To be clear, you've gotten rid of almost all the blood you collect since there aren't many surgeries. I suppose that's true, but we need to be ready. I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt and stop pushing. Most likely she knows something is off about the Mateos' demand for a stocked blood bank, but like the mayor, she is stuck in the inevitable position of needing them. The train doesn't just bring food and general goods, medical supplies and drugs. Without those, she wouldn't be able to help anyone seriously injured in town. Thanks for your help. I'll let you know if we need anything else. That's it? We got what we came for. For a time, I feel defeated. What can Maddie and I do alone against a family of rich vampires? I wish I could understand more about the Mateos' physiology, but how can I learn more about the nature of vampires? Eventually, I come up with 3 possible sources. The Reed's old cabin, I remember seeing a book about vampires. Meanwhile, I wonder if the group of survivalists, Freedom's Dawn, has any existing conspiracy theories about this issue. Where should I go next? I'm not talking to Wagner. F that.
What?
This place again, I can tell you that there's nothing here. I'm pretty sure if there was any evidence of anything bad, Julian made me clean it up. I know that. That's not why we're here. However, if you can remember anything specific that you took care of, I'd appreciate it.
I'm not sure.
Nothing comes to mind. It's all just a total blank. Well, we're here to take another look at that vampire book Jessica and Gary were reading. I can only assume they had some idea of what's going on with the Mateos. Maybe there's something in this book. That looks like a book you could have bought at the dollar store. I doubt there's anything true in there.
Good call.
Never know. Well, see if there's anything about hypnosis. That's the one thing we know is true now. Spent a few minutes paging through the book. There's a lot that I already know isn't true. The book claims that vampires must avoid salt, but I'm almost certain I saw Julian using the salt when we went to Darren together. Suddenly, I have a realization. When he had control over you, did you know you were missing time? What do you mean? Did you know something was wrong? It always seems like there's something wrong with Mateo. I'm just worried he may have done something similar to me. No, I knew something was wrong, but I thought it was because of heroin. As for cleaning up the attic, I know I did it, but it's all really foggy. I was definitely confused afterwards. I don't think I'm missing time, but I wonder why he didn't try to do the same thing to me. Wouldn't it be easier to hypnotize me instead? I don't know about that. Can't even recall how he does it. Maybe he needs to get close and... Well, I did trust him. I keep paging through the book, then I find something. Here we go. Vampires are capable of 2 types of captivation. Captivation? Ugh. First, it's a very minor and temporary charm they can cast over almost any mortal who they are familiar with. This persists only as long as they can maintain eye contact with the victim and make the victim more suggestible. This allows the vampire to get close enough to bite. That doesn't sound right. I lost hours of time, and I know Julian wasn't around for all of it. You would have seen him at the cabin. Still going. According to the book, there is a second type that requires the vampire to drink a very small portion of the victim's blood. This can put them in a hypnotized, trance-like state and makes them even more suggestible. I found Julian. He was... Think this book is right? It's not right about everything, but it's hard not to think that Jessica was onto something. Jessica figured out what the potatoes were, and because of that, she had to be removed from town or killed. Still don't know what happened to Jessica and Gary. That letter was probably fake. So you say, if the Patels wanted them dead, why go to all this trouble? If I'd found their bodies on the perimeter days ago, none of this gets stirred up. It would be incredibly foolish to kill them any other way, especially if they have the power to hypnotize people into action. Killing them without using the towers is sloppy in a way that Patels definitely aren't. So, what then? Something else is going on here. There's a piece we're still missing, and it's probably not here. Probably got rid of it. I know it wasn't your fault. Now come on, let's go. Suddenly, my walkie-talkie buzzes to life. Sheriff Wright, please come in. This is Erica. Who is this? This is Fred, the postman. I'm at the school. Oh my God. Fred, why are you using Principal Vincent's walkie-talkie? What's going on? She's... Oh God, you need to come here right away. Sorry about that. The batteries died. There's a body. Someone has been murdered? Is it Jessica? Gary? No. I think it's Principal Vincent. Nearly dropped the walkie-talkie. Jesus Christ, what happened? There's blood everywhere, symbols drawn on the ground. Her chest is cut open and... Please come now, Sheriff. My head spins. That sounds like the work of the Heartbreaker Killer, but that should be impossible. August is sitting in his jail cell at City Hall. There's no way he could have gotten out unless... Hold on, Fred. Where's the body? It's in the gymnasium, right there in the middle of the basketball court. Clear everyone out. Find some bigger students to guard the doors. I'll be there as soon as possible, just after I make sure my prisoner is still where he belongs. Maddie, you head to the school and help him out. Don't need backup with August? I can handle him. don't know what will I hope to see when I rush into the police station. If August is missing, everything will make sense except his escape. If he's still
Hello there.
Did you avoid me this morning on purpose? I've been bored out of my mind, and what are you doing here?
Well...
Me here. I got too friendly with the bourbon, remember? I feel much better now, so you can't be here. And feel free to let me go. If you're here, how... Did something happen? Don't act like you don't know. Terry Vincent, the principal, I know what you did. Is Principal Vincent okay? What? How dare you even ask that? You know the answer. You killed her. His face goes completely blank. He rarely ever looks confused. He certainly never allows that weakness to show for more than a few seconds. Right now, though, he looks truly off guard.
What?
You think I killed Terry Vincent? She was found at school. Her chest was cut open. Symbols were painted on the ground around her.
I suppose.
Sounds like the Heartbreaker killer. Now, since I have been locked up in here, perhaps we could put all suspicions about me to bed. No, you got out of here somehow. Charlotte broke you out, let you have one last kill, and put you back to sow confusion around all of this. She knows I'm onto her family, and this is exactly the distraction she needs. You're onto them about what? It's not important right now. There might be a killer loose in the city and no way to get away from him. Using the term loose, you actually admit that I may not be at fault here? I don't know. Have you been to the crime scene yet? No. I need to head over there. I just had to see if you were still here.
Is that so?
I suggest that we head over there together. Perhaps I could be a second set of eyes. Why would I ever let you out again?
Caterus paribus.
If this murder isn't me, if Occam's razor proves true here and I did not miraculously leave and re-enter my cell, is there anyone else in town as familiar with the Heartbreaker murders as me? I spent the months before the contingency working on my defense. I know the cases inside and out. Because you committed them, all the more reason I could help you. Can you think of a better way to catch a copycat than to consult the original? So you admit, no, just arguing from your viewpoint. Can't believe I'm considering
I believe.
this. I can. Won't refuse a helping hand. You make a single dangerous move and I will cut you down. So business as usual. Believe me, Erica, I won't do anything to jeopardize this. I am absolutely too curious about what has happened to risk dying before we can solve this murder. Let's just go. I enter the gymnasium to find a grisly scene. As expected, Terry is there. Her body lies in the center of the basketball court, her limbs strewn around her. Just as Fred described, there is a strange symbol drawn in Principal Vincent's own blood around her body. Her chest cavity is split open, held apart by a piece of rusted iron. Her heart is missing, and no surprise to me, is pinned to the floor next to her head with a knife. I'd only read about the Heartbreaker murders. I never saw one of the scenes with my very own eyes. Now I'm glad. August moves towards the body, studying it with a clinical gaze that seems to suggest it really is the first time he's seen it. Maybe that's just an act. Maddie follows us in and keeps her distance from the body. I suppose I should get started. Well, I was never on the Heartbreaker cases, but the position of Terry's body is instantly recognizable. There are only 2 noticeable injuries on her body, but they are pretty significant. First, her throat was cut. The Heartbreaker usually killed his victims before opening their chests, so that was probably the cause of death. The killer, August or otherwise, did not take pleasure in the suffering of the victims and sought to kill them as fast as possible before cutting them open. Blood from the carotid artery was collected as the victim quickly bled out. It was then used to draw the symbols on the ground. Once the victim was dead, the killer would open up their chest and break their rib cage. He would remove the heart and leave the chest cavity exposed. It was the same every time. It was the same here, but maybe upon closer examination. Harry's head is tilted to her left, flat against the ground. A bit of blood stains her right cheek and her eyes are wide open. Neither of those details seem right. I wish I could check with the Heartbreaker case files, but they're kept in St. Louis. I'll just have to rely upon my memory. The hole in Terry's chest is just as expected. Everything else about the Heartbreaker victims was carefully posed, carefully curated. This was something he couldn't be careful with. Without the right tools and strength, it's not easy to break open a rib cage. As the Heartbreaker progressed, he got better and better at it. He became more surgical. That's not what this looks like. This looks like one of his earlier victims. Ribs are shattered, the skin is torn, not cut, the lungs were severely damaged in retrieving the heart. Of course, this makes sense, doesn't it? He wouldn't have his tools in Battail. Again, when August was captured, he didn't have any surgical tools on him. There's something about these symbols. I feel like I've seen them before, but not in any of the other Heartbreaker cases. I can't be sure that they match. They seem too hard, too square, even too familiar. When I saw the other Heartbreaker victims, I noticed the symbols were entirely alien. Wherever these came from, they're not entirely unknown to me. That's all I can get from the body without an autopsy. I don't even know if that will be possible. Kathleen Duran is a fantastic nurse and she's kept the clinic running admirably. However, I doubt she's capable of a proper post-mortem medical examination, let alone qualified. I just hope that we won't have to find out. Mary's heart is approximately 1 foot from her head, pinned to the ground with a large butcher knife. The knife isn't very deep in the gymnasium floor. I can pull it out with ease, and I'm sure I'll get to that. Right now, I just look over the way it's presented. There's nothing particularly remarkable about the knife except where I found it. Looks like a standard kitchen butcher knife, but it could have been bought in any supermarket or big box store that sells tools or cooking utensils. It does not appear to be especially sharp, which would explain the difficulty the killer had in opening up Terry. I instruct Maddie to carefully retrieve it with a plastic bag to prevent contaminating any fingerprints. Instead, she hands the bag to me and makes me do it. I gingerly remove the knife and bag it for evidence. Terry's heart is pinned to the ground next to her head. It is completely intact outside the ragged edges where it was cut from the body. This doesn't seem right. The Heartbreaker nickname didn't just come from his habit of removing the heart of his victims. He would also split them open. I wonder if he didn't have the time for his usual ritual. Perhaps I'm missing something altogether. There's nothing else to be gained from staring at Terry's heart. I still can't believe I'm here, standing over her like this. It was only a few days ago. Whoever did this will pay. I will not let this madness spread across Battail. I suppose this isn't what you had in mind when you offered to be my deputy.
You usually just deal with drunks and fights and drunken fights.
I know, and I like that a lot better.
Are you sure about that?
I don't like murders, Maddie.
It's just when you got that call, I could see something light up in your eyes. It's the same look you had when you chased Julian away from me. It's like you were back to normal.
Don't say that.
You went from FBI to a small town. What do you even have to do in Battail?
I have to stop idiots from trying to cross those fucking towers. That's what I have to do. Believe me, those things are worse than any murder.
But you don't investigate them. You don't try to stop them.
There's nothing to investigate, nothing to stop. They can't be stopped.
There it is.
What?
This is what you want. This is what excites you. This killer can be stopped. Julian could be stopped. Maybe. You've been waiting for something like this.
It's not fair.
So what? It's true.
Just tell me what you see.
I don't understand.
You're my deputy. You're assisting me. You're assisting on this case. What do you see?
I see something terrible. Something unthinkable. How could someone do this to another person?
Ask August next time you get a chance.
Do you think he did this?
Of course I do. He's the Heartbreaker, and this fits his modus operandi. Well, it mostly fits.
Why did you bring him here if you think he's the killer?
Watching him. He says he didn't do this. That doesn't make any sense to me, and I need to be sure.
Can you tell that just by looking at him?
Maybe. Give it a try. And he turns her head towards August, fixing her eyes on his. August looks up and returns the gaze, giving her a calm smile. Maddie, don't stare at him.
You said to look.
Yes, I said to look, not to stare. Tell me what you saw.
He's not happy. He's trying to look happy, to look calm. But he's angry.
August isn't a man admiring his work, is he?
Not at all.
That's what worries me. So what do you have to say for yourself?
Absolutely nothing. I didn't do this.
keep saying that, but you haven't offered any proof.
I can't prove a negative, Erica.
Okay, then at least give me your thoughts. Either you're the Heartbreaker, or you're just exceptionally learned in his methods. So what do you think of this?
I think this was sloppy.
I can hear the disgust in his voice. I don't know if I believe it. He's always been a good performer and a better liar. Oh, how so?
You know. You can see it yourself.
Her ribcage was split open, not cut. The Heartbreaker only did that in his first murder. He learned how to cut through bone and brought the right tools afterward.
That's a good point. I hadn't noticed that.
Don't give me that. I can see the contempt on your face. You're angry. You can't stand that this killer is impersonating you.
Damn right I'm mad. But not because of what you say. I'm mad because this clumsy monster killed the principal. I liked Principal Vincent.
No, you didn't. You mocked and toyed with her.
Mocking her was enjoyable.
Let's just move on. She has blood on her face. The killer touched her head after drawing the symbols beneath her. Heartbreaker was never that clumsy. There might be a viable fingerprint there.
I hope so. I hope I can finally be cleared of all this.
You seem awfully confident that won't be your fingerprint.
I wouldn't make a mistake like that.
Okay, but there's more. No, I brought you out here. I brought you out to investigate for a reason. You said that you know these cases better than anyone, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you simply reviewed the files.
You want my expert opinion?
It's the only reason you're not in a jail
You
cell.
left her eyes open.
What?
The Heartbreaker victims always had their eyes closed. Every single one. He didn't want them to watch when he opened up their chests. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yes, but how did you...
What did I tell you? I had to prepare for my own defense. Let's go over more of what we see. That's not the only thing that doesn't fit. You see the rest, don't you?
No, tell me.
Come on, Erica. This isn't the time for getting a confession from me. There's a dangerous killer on the loose, and it's not the Heartbreaker. What else did you notice?
Heart is intact. It isn't split open.
Excellent observation, Erica. The Heartbreaker doesn't just remove his victim's heart. He flays it open and then pins it to the ground.
How could you do something like that, August?
Nice try.
I'm serious. How are you capable of it?
I'm not. Apparently, neither is our Battail copycat. So how about we wrap this up?
Symbols he drew aren't right. The Heartbreaker always used rounded glyphs. Maybe it was just the pictures I saw, but they don't look like shapes I'd ever seen before. These are familiar. I've seen these before. I just can't quite...
Ancient Greek. That's the language you're looking for. I'm sure it's familiar, but of course you can't translate it. It's the word telos, spelled diagonally across the floor. It means end or goal, depending on the translation.
What is the Heartbreaker trying to tell us?
Nothing, because the Heartbreaker doesn't write in Greek.
So what language does the Heartbreaker use?
How would I know? Moving on.
You have to know something else for me. I can see it in your eyes.
Fine. Think about where Principal Vincent was displayed. You can see this is a display, right? This whole scene was meant for someone to find, but who?
Don't know. It's in the middle of the school gymnasium. A number of people could have stumbled upon her.
Exactly. Now, remember back to the Heartbreaker's MO. Bodies were displayed in a similar fashion, yes, but not so haphazardly. Think of Annette Polk in Oklahoma. She was found in the living room of a man who lived alone. Richard Samuel in Arkansas? A farm during the dead of winter, over 100 miles from his home, where only one caretaker was watching the fields.
Heartbreaker doesn't just pick his victims, but also the people who find the body?
I'm surprised I'm the only one who picked that up from the files.
Pick that up because you're the Heartbreaker.
Either way, I think I have a future career in law enforcement. We're getting to my point, however. This isn't the Heartbreaker. You and I both know that. It also isn't me, so I can be clear.
You're not wrong.
That leaves us with a serious dilemma. I'm sure this was a lot easier when you could just lock me up, but now you know that's not going to do anything. You can shoot me right here in front of everyone and say the crime is solved, but the real killer will still be out there, and I suspect they will kill again.
Why is that?
Well, once you have a taste for it.
I can't deal with your teasing right now, August. I need to think. This killer did a bad job, but you can't deny they were trying to copy the Heartbreaker. This is too familiar. It's too close. Who could have known enough to pull this off?
I suppose this is where I turn the tables and ask if you did it.
What?
Simple process of elimination. It wasn't me, so who else knows enough about the murders to pull off something like this?
I can't believe you're pulling this right now.
Calm down, Erica. I know you didn't kill Terry Vincent. I just wanted you to feel what it's like to be falsely accused. However, my singular point still stands. We're the only two people in this town we know of who has the knowledge to do this. I didn't tell anyone. Did you?
Fuck! My mind drifts back to a conversation with Liam Mateo. Before I knew about their family secret, I started opening up to him. I recall mentioning the Heartbreaker case, explaining my relationship with Augustine. It's one of the Patels. It's the younger one, Liam.
Oh, I thought he seemed perfectly pleasant.
So did I, but then I found out he was a vampire.
He's a vampire? Mark's vampire or Stoker vampire?
What?
Is he draining capital from the working class or blood from the...
It's the second one.
I think I need to catch up, Erica.
I'll explain everything later. Right now I need to find Liam Patel. It's too much trouble to take August back to the precinct now, and I certainly won't leave him at the crime scene. So I find myself walking to the Patel mansion with both Maddie and August in tow.
I just don't understand. Liam would never do something like this.
How well do you really know Liam, Maddie?
I don't know him as well as Julian, but...
And how well do you know Julian? Maddie sees in frustration.
You're right. I don't know a fucking thing. I can't even trust my gut instincts anymore. For all I know, Julian put them there.
Julian gave you instincts?
Seems like Julian had influence over Maddie's mind whenever he bit her.
Oh, right. Because he's a vampire.
Awkward silence follows August's statement in which no one corrects him. Maddie shakes her head in confusion.
A vampire wouldn't have done this, though. Surely a vampire wouldn't leave so much blood at the scene.
Maybe Liam isn't a vampire.
Maybe Liam didn't do this.
Or maybe Liam did do this, and he's also a vampire.
Once again, an uncomfortable silence follows August's words. Even August starts to fidget and fall back in line as if to avoid further discussion. Do you have something else to add, August?
Well, only speculation. But if I voice my thoughts, you'll just retort with, "You only knew that because you're the Heartbreaker," or some such nonsense. When it seems like common sense to me.
August, my mind is already made up about that, so just say what you want to say. Stop to meet his gaze. His eyes narrow slightly. I had any remaining faith in August's innocence. It vanishes in that moment, and he seems to know it. He breaks my gaze and sighs dramatically.
Fine. It just seems to me that the heart, being an organ that provides blood to the rest of the body, would release a lot of blood upon removal. In that regard, Principal Vincent's killer kept the chest cavity extraordinarily clean.
My hands squeeze into fists. Liam will pay for this. Despite my fury, I pause as I approach the door of the Patel mansion. In all my 6 months of living in Patel, I never set foot here. The Patel family was intimidating enough before I knew their true nature. Close my eyes. I see Terry's dead body sprawled across the gymnasium. Anger quickens my pulse. I raise my hand to the door and knock. Only a brief moment passes before the door sweeps open and Charlotte peers at me from the other side, almost as if she was waiting for me.
Ah, Erica.
It's a pleasant surprise. I doubt that. But why aren't you after Principal Vincent's killer? I heard about what happened. So tragic. I'm looking for the killer right now.
Why?
Oh, but why here? It sounds so much like a heartbreaker murder, don't you think? Yes, but I'm investigating all possibilities. Motion to the others who are waiting in the yard. August waves at Charlotte, her eyes widen with surprise. Let's cut the shit, Charlotte. I know what you are. I know the Heartbreaker didn't kill Terry Vincent, and I'd like to speak with Liam. Charlotte studies me for a moment, her face a blank page. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Notice how she remains far enough behind the door to avoid any sunlight. And you should either invite me in or step outside so I can see you better. Her eyes flash, then the edges of her lips curl with a smile.
Impressive!
You've got balls, Erica. I do like that about you. She reaches a hand out, letting the sun strike her skin. She seems to be making a point that she can withstand direct sunlight. I don't find her gesture very convincing because she withdraws her hand only a few seconds later. It's a little warm today for my tastes. I'd love to keep chatting, truly, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Maybe some other time. Where's Liam?
How should I know?
His sister, not his mother. I'm not going anywhere until I speak to him.
Yes, whatever you say.
Fine. Enjoy the driveway. Sorry in advance for all the mosquitoes. Planted rosary hoping to stave them off, but nothing seems to drive those bloodsuckers away. Stubborn little creatures. Laughing to herself, she shuts the door in my face. I rejoin the others. I explain that Charlotte wouldn't let me in. Then I proceed to pace in angry circles. It's not like I can get a warrant to search the mansion, and even if I did, what would it matter? Charlotte would laugh in my face again.
Perhaps.
She'd just break in.
What?
To the lion's den? You could be discreet about it, of course. Sneak in through a window.
Maybe.
That's a point. I know where Liam's room is. Thought of getting caught by one of the Battails terrifies me. I remember the length of Julian's fangs as they sank into Maddie's arm. I remember the power he had over her. My hand rests against my gun. I'm the sheriff of this town. If I don't stand up to the Battails, no one will. Tell me how I get to his room. Okay, let me think for a second. I want to walk around the east side of the mansion. There are some shrubs that will give you cover. Enter the last window at the end of the east side. I think it goes right into his room. Take a deep breath and nod. Alright, I'm going in. First, give me your hands, August. Take out a pair of handcuffs. He gives me a look.
Hey,
No need for any of that. Besides, what if you get into trouble? Wouldn't you prefer that I'm available to help? I exchange looks with Maddie.
I've got this.
He's right. And if it's me you're worried about, don't. She cracks her knuckles. I can handle August Flynn. I want to argue with her, especially when I see the amused smirk on August's face, but I don't. We're all in danger here, but right now our humanity binds us together. I don't want to cut the fragile thread connecting us. August continues watching me, his grin widening as if he can read my
careful
thoughts.
now.
Besides, don't you need those cuffs for Liam? Bite back my retort. Fine, I'm going in. I'll be back soon. I look around warily. The room is completely dark, windows shuttered and curtained. Alright, I think I'm going to make a hard save point here. Is it? I guess chapter 5 is where... Well, let's go ahead and make a hard save point here. Look around warily. The room is completely dark, windows shuttered and curtained. I see a bundle of clothes on the floor, clearly discarded and thrown aside. My breath catches. Clothes are covered in blood. My eyes move to the large bed against the side of the room, but it appears to be empty. Warily, I approach it. Then the world flips over. I forget which way gravity points until my back strikes the floor, punching the breath from my lungs. Stars dance in the ceiling. I didn't realize a hand was gripping my ankle until it lets go. Then something climbs over me, so fast I don't have time to draw my gun. I hear the hiss of his breath. I see the flash of his face. I'm sure I've been captured by a monster until I meet his gaze. I recognize Liam at the same moment he recognizes me. Weight lifts off me. I hear feet scrabbling off the floor, but he moves so quickly that it takes my mind a few seconds to register the fact he released me and now stands a few feet away.
What the fuck are you doing here?
consider drawing my weapon. I must make a small subconscious movement towards my gun because his eyes narrow and he cocks his head. This is ridiculous. I don't stand any chance against someone who can move that fast, even with a gun. I glance around the room as if to find some other advantage. Then I wonder where he was when I first came in. Were you under the bed?
You first. Did Charlotte let you in?
No, I snuck in through a window.
Lucius Christ, she'll kill you, Erica.
I'll take my chances.
I don't think you understand. She'll really kill you.
I'm here about someone who's already dead, Terry Vincent. You killed her, didn't you?
I thought...
He's breathing heavily, almost hyperventilating. If he's trying to hide his distress, he's failing
I
miserably.
heard her heart was torn out, like the Heartbreaker Killer.
Murder was clearly an imitation of a heartbreaker kill, an imitation that matched the limited information I gave you the other day.
I don't even remember what you told me. I was too distracted by you. I just liked hearing you talk.
Come on.
Why would I do that? What possible reason would I have to kill someone like Terry Vincent? It doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense to me either. I need you to explain.
But...
His trembling increases, his eyes shimmer with tears, his voice trails off, and finally he starts to cry. Suddenly I realize I have an advantage. If I'm going to make a move, this is my chance. I don't have any room for error. I can't afford to hesitate. I draw my gun and cock it. He looks up with shock.
What are you doing? I told you.
Liam Batale, you are under arrest for the murder of Terry Vincent.
Put that fucking gun away.
I toss the handcuffs onto the bed. Put those on or I'll shoot you through the heart.
You fire that weapon and Charlotte will rip you to pieces.
Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult. Never mind, you have no rights because there are no attorneys and I am your judge. Put on the fucking cuffs.
Erica.
3, 2... I expected him to move. I still didn't think it would be so fast. Before my finger could squeeze the trigger, dark blur wrenches the gun from my hands, then shoves me backward. Liam pins me to the wall, making his strength evident. That gun was my only line of defense, and it was useless. He bares his fangs and leans closer.
I'm sorry about this, but you need to let this go.
No, don't do that, Liam, please. Something in my voice makes him draw back. I can only guess it's my fear, because I'm not sure that I've ever been this scared in my life, other than the moment the towers rose. I'm shaking. I feel on the verge of tears, just as he was a moment ago. It's not so much that I'm afraid of death, what I'm really afraid of. Please don't mess with my mind. Please, I'm begging you. I'd rather you kill me than scramble my thoughts. He stares back at me with such shock that I wonder if I'm seeing my own reflection. Then he draws back again, shuddering.
I'm sorry, Erica. I'm so sorry.
He covers his face again and breaks into sobs.
So you know the truth. You know that I'm a monster.
I know you have superhuman strength. I know that Julian drank Maddie's blood and hypnotized her somehow. I assume you share that ability. As for the rest, I only think you're a monster because you killed Terry Vincent.
I had to. I had to kill Terry to save you from Charlotte.
Save me from Charlotte? How the fuck does that connect?
After you saw Julian with Maddie, he and Charlotte panicked. Charlotte thought that she might have to kill you now that you knew what we are. But I argued against it. Charlotte still wouldn't listen. But then Julian, he said maybe we could just distract you for a little while, make what you saw less important. One thing led to another, and I told him what you said about the Heartbreaker murders. I never wanted anyone to die. I swear it, Erica. But Charlotte got really excited about the idea. It was like she wanted to see what would happen if we faked a Heartbreaker death. And then she told me I had to do it, or she would kill you.
I'm trembling. I see Terry's corpse sprawled on the floor like I'm still standing in the gymnasium. It's hard to believe Liam really killed her, even after hearing his confession. But it's also hard to think that if I had never checked on Maddie that night. You kill someone else to save a life? I don't think one cancels the other.
It's more than that. If Charlotte went after you, it would be a disaster for the town. Who could we trust to keep the peace? Julian's hired guards? The mayor? They will let us get away with anything. This town needs you, and it needs you alive.
So you went along with the plan to distract me?
I don't know. It all happened so fast. 1 second Charlotte had the idea, the next I had to follow through or you'd be dead.
All this sounds like a bad excuse for reprehensible behavior.
Please believe me, I didn't want to. I didn't want any of this. But now that you're here, if Charlotte sees you, you're dead anyway. Then it was all for nothing. You'll be dead, the town will fall apart, and Terry will have died for nothing.
I don't care about your moral quandaries right now, Liam. I'm here to arrest you for murder. Will you accept justice or will you resist? I feel as if a boulder's on my chest. I can barely breathe from fear, but Liam doesn't look much better off. He paces back and forth across the floor, his steps disturbingly fast. Sweat drips from his brow. And finally...
Yes, I'll go with you. Fuck Charlotte. Fuck Julian. Fuck this fucking mansion.
Are you being serious?
I should have never done it. I should have come to you. I should have fought back against them. Now everything is so much worse.
He holds out his hands.
Jail is better than this place. Get me out of here, Erica. But until this mansion is a tiny speck behind us, you need to be as quiet as a mouse. Understand me?
I understand. Okay. Okay. Right, confirm. Alright, so I've made a hard save on chapter 4 with Liam, and now I've made a hard save on chapter 5, because I think the end of chapter 5 is where you make your romance decision, and that changes the rest of the game. So I've at least made a hard save there. Train arrived today at the station and carried 3 cars full of fresh food, drinks, and assorted supplies. These were things that we need, so I find it hard to complain. Shirts, shoes, underwear, soap. Most importantly, things we can eat, things we can't grow here, even if we try, fruits and vegetables and fresh meat. We've set up an ad hoc shop at the dollar store, and it's amazing to see the change that has come over the town. Suddenly we don't have to worry about whether this isolation will kill us. Suddenly everything is almost normal again. There's something that sticks in my craw and I can't shake it. You know, I'm mayor of this town, have been for 8 years. I grew up here, and I can't remember the last time a train came into Patale. I can't even remember setting foot on the train station. Did we always have a train station? Of course we did. It's just that I can't remember. But there's no other explanation. I must have just forgotten. It's not like it could have just appeared out of nowhere. I have to admit, I'm surprised you never resisted. I actually believe I'm more comfortable here. You might think that until you have to ask me to leave the room so you can use the toilet. You actually don't need to. I don't want to hear anymore. Unless we eat normal food, in which case... What did I just say?
Whatever.
Sorry, I just feel relieved. You're in jail. You killed a woman. I'm alone. I like that feeling. No Julian. No Charlotte. No... His voice trails off. Someone else you want to tell me about? Just myself. I suppose I'll never be alone for myself, but this is as good as it gets. Will they come for you? Will they try and free you?
I'm not sure.
What's going on, Liam? What's this all about? Clearly you and your family know more than you're letting on.
Huh?
More about what? I don't know. Tell me. The contingency, the towers, what is going on outside Patale? There's not much I'm privy to, but I'll answer to the best of my knowledge. What's happening outside of Patale? That's a good question. I've asked Charlotte what she knows, and all she'll say that it's dangerous. Dangerous how? She won't explain it to me. I don't think she'll even explain it to Julian. She's never gone as far as to say she's responsible for the towers, but she believes they are protecting us from something. That's awfully vague. I don't believe it's wrong. You can feel it, can't you? The world has turned. Don't know about that. All I know is that we're surrounded by towers that will kill us if we get too close.
Come on now.
I think it's important to think about why. If you have any answers, I'll take them. You'll have to get those out of Charlotte. I'm sorry. Any more questions? Still need to understand your people better. People? Vampires.
Well,
Drink blood. We don't like the sun. We sometimes lose control. What else is there to know? How did you become vampires? Who bit you? Was it Julian or Charlotte? I don't think anyone bit me. Not Julian or Charlotte either. I think some people can get converted through a bite, but don't know much about that. And how does it work? Where did vampires come from?
I have no idea.
Did you ask the clouds where they come from? First, I can't talk to the clouds. Second, I know how clouds are made. My point is, as far as I can tell, we have always existed. There have always been vampires. You have any weaknesses? I told you, the sun makes us uncomfortable. Other than that, we can see our reflection, we can eat garlic, we are not disgusted by religion. In fact, my brother and sister are quite involved with the church. The Church of Lucius Christ?
Yeah.
Right. When did that begin? Do you have memories of Jesus Christ too? I do remember Jesus actually. It's like split in my memories. I don't understand. My family worships Lucius, so that's all that matters now. Most people seem to only remember one or the other, so that's unique. I'm never going to find anyone who can explain that one, am I? I'm just
Whatever.
Anything else? Tell me what you know about the towers.
I wish.
I'm trying to figure that out. I'm right about one thing. My siblings are involved with more than you know. More than either of us knows. I spent the last few months working on a way to find out more. I want to study the towers and... No!
Huh?
What? I don't care what you've done. Stop thinking about things like that. Too many people have died trying to cross the towers. I don't want to cross them. I want to figure out how they work so I can shut them down. That doesn't sound so unreasonable, does it? There's no way inside of them, at least none that I know of.
Actually.
Never mind. I'll drop it. Any other questions? No, that's it. You don't know anything, and if you do, you're not talking.
Hey!
Julian and Charlotte who you want if you want answers. So, they really don't tell you anything? I just find it hard to believe.
I'm hurt too.
They don't tell me shit. They don't see me as one of them. Believe me, I finally do. If that's true, then I'm wasting time. You said they put you up to killing Terry? I swear it. And the next step is to bring them in too. Maybe when you're all in the cell, they'll have time to explain everything to both of us.
No way.
Can't do that. It's conspiracy to commit murder. They're just as culpable as you. It's not what I mean. They aren't like me. They won't come willingly. And if it ends in violence, you will not come out on top. I have to try. I'll see if I can get any help from the mayor. Walk around. Sheriff Wright, I saw you bringing in someone. You figure out what's happened to the principal? I did. It was Liam Patel at the direction of Charlotte Patel. You have to be kidding. Why would Liam Patel hurt Principal Vincent? I don't know. Maybe because they're vampires? It was supposed to be a distraction and turn me against August Flynn again. You weren't always against August Flynn? He was helping me with the Jessica Murdoch situation. Besides, you were the one who told me to free him. I said to let him go, not deputize him. Ah, well, that's pretty far down on my list of concerns right now since you've brought Liam Battelle in. I assume he came willingly? You don't think I could have apprehended him myself? Not really. We have to bring in Julian and Charlotte too. They forced him to commit the murder. I suspect I'm going to need some help with that. You're right about that. Maddie and I need some support. You know the town better than I do. Who can we trust to deputize for this? I'm not going to endanger anyone like that. You want to go and get yourself hurt trying to arrest the Battelles, you go right ahead. I won't like that. I have to find another sheriff, but I'll do it. You're really just going to let them get away with murder? It's not like I have a choice. We can run the supply train by ourselves. The train's not my only concern. We've lost enough people in this town. We go up against the Battelles, they may slaughter us all. It's all the more reason to bring them in. If they're that dangerous, do you hear what I'm saying? We can't stand up to them, not right now. So they just get to run wild and kill whoever they want. Don't like it, but we have to survive. They're not just our benefactors, Sheriff Wright. They're also our potential destroyers. It severely compromises my ability to keep the peace in this town. I hate to tell you this, Sheriff, but the Battelles are the peace in town. They're the real power here. Not you, me. This town is run by vampires, and you're just okay with that. There's nothing we can do. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to go home for the day. Good idea. You need a break. We'll be back tomorrow, right? We'll see. As I'm leaving the station, Maddie hurries up to
What
me.
are you doing?
Why not? I'm headed home. Did you learn anything new from Liam? No, nothing. He wants to go inside the towers. At this point, maybe I should just let him try.
Huh?
You okay? Not really. What's going on? You know, Maddie, I've tried to keep this town together. I've tried to make things normal as much as possible. This place is all we have anymore after all. That's definitely not normal. Or not the only problem. It's all just a lie. Nothing's normal. Nothing's been normal since last year. This place is hell.
Hey!
This place is my home. I'm sorry. Didn't mean it that
If
way.
only.
Of course you did, and I understand. Even though I grew up here, I never really felt like I belonged. From the city, this place would probably be awful for you even if you could leave. Now you're trapped here. Now we're all trapped here in a town ruled by a family full of vampires and no one can stand up to them.
Look.
That's not true. You stood up to them today. You solved Terry's murder and brought in Liam Battelle. It's not enough.
Maybe.
Maybe I should come home with you. Seems like you could use the company. I'm fine. And I have a roommate.
This is all so much.
For my sake then, I'd rather not be home alone after. Oh, right. In that case, sure. Thanks. Let's just go back to your place then. Hey Erica, there's something on your doorstep. Looks like the mail. I wonder if the Battelles are suing me. We don't have a courthouse. I don't think that would stop them. They'd be judge, jury, and... Are you sure you're okay? No. Let's just see what it says. Reach for the letter, wedged underneath Stacy's welcome mat. On second thought, this wasn't delivered by mail. I've told Fred to use the mailboxes 100 times. I know he takes shortcuts, but putting a letter down on the ground like this would actually be more work for him. As soon as I touch the letter, I feel a chill on my skin. Something's not right. That's why you keep saying, no, there's something strange about this letter.
Sounds bad.
Well, open it. Hands tremble as I break the seal. I think somewhere in the back of my mind I know exactly what it is. I've been expecting it. Dear Erica Wright, you have been chosen by the Battelle Repatriation Society. You've been selected to venture into the world outside the towers. We're sorry that this invitation has taken so long to reach you. We know that you have wanted to leave since the day you arrived. We needed to make the proper preparations. We needed to be sure that the process works. Now we have formulated a way to repatriate you to the world outside. However, some of the steps will require action to be taken within the town, which is something we cannot effectuate. You'll need to take these tasks upon yourself. You will also need to choose a companion. We can let you leave, but we cannot let only you leave. Only 2 may pass through the towers at once. You are ready. Write the name of your chosen companion on the line at the bottom of this lever. Deliver it to the train station. Secure it beneath the stairs to the main platform where an agent will retrieve it. Meanwhile, do not tell anyone but your chosen companion about this letter or our society. If you do, we must rescind our offer. Sincerely, the Mateo Repatriation Society. What is it? Don't pretend like you're not reading it over my shoulder.
About that.
You think it's real? Of course it's not real. Of course you just can't leave Mateo.
I don't know about that.
About Jessica and Gary. Jessica and Gary are dead. You don't know that. Guess I don't know much of anything.
What now?
So are you going to do it? Are you going to respond to them? This is such exploitative bullshit. They're taking what everyone is hoping for, a way out, and mining it for still don't know what they want. I don't know what they're up to, but there has to be some kind of catch. Fucking monsters. They're worse than the Mateo family.
Hey!
Hold up there. Better to just kill someone here, drain them of their blood without them ever knowing. That's better than this false fucking hope of freedom that can only end one way. Somewhere out there, Jessica and Gary's brains are splattered across the ground because they believe some bullshit like this. Still haven't answered my question. Are you going to go through with it? Of course I am.
Huh?
Even though, after all, someone has to bring them down, right? Even if I can't stop the Mateos, I can stop these fuckers. At least I can do that.
Maybe.
What if the Mateos are behind this too? And at least...
Erica?
Definitely not okay. The letter says you need to name a companion.
Let's do this together.
Just so you know, I'd go with you. After all, the letter says you can't tell anyone else but your companion. I already know. Keep this to yourself, won't you? Well, yes, but we won't be going anywhere. We'll be tracking down the scammers who sent this letter and putting them in jail. In that case, I'll help you put the scammers in jail. If you want me to. I don't know. Crumpled the letter in my hand just hard enough to make a point, but not hard enough to damage
I
it.
don't understand.
Is there someone else you'd rather do this with? I told you, I don't know. I don't even know why I want to do this. You want to find the Mateo Repatriation Society? Do you want to leave Mateo? You can't leave Mateo. You can only die. Once again, you didn't answer my question. Sorry, Maddie. Need some time alone. Need to think.
Fine.
Okay. Need to talk. Need to act. Just don't know what that means. Know where to find me. She offers me a hug. Can't bring myself to turn her down. She pulls me close and brings her mouth to my ear.
Erica.
Just don't quit on me. Okay, Sheriff Wright? Erica? I don't respond. She gives me a sad look and turns away. I return my attention to the letter. I stare at the blank line at the end of the paper. I know I have no choice but to do this, but who do I want to bring with me? Other than Maddie. August? He's helped me with Jessica's case so far, and I'm sure he'd be intrigued. Maybe Liam? He wants to make up for what he's done. This might be the right way. Try not to think about the fact that my options are a serial killer and a vampire. Instead, I go inside and collapse on the couch. I'm not sure if I can sleep, but I need to stop thinking for a little while. Horrified to see a small mob of townsfolk waiting for me outside the precinct. I recognize the Murdochs, the Reeds, and some teachers from the high school. As I cross the street, they swarm around me. Sheriff, is it true? Did you arrest Liam Mateo? Is he the one who... I can hardly stand to look into their frantic eyes. I don't want to tell them the truth, but how can I avoid it any longer? It's not like I can call a press conference. I'll have to tell them eventually, one way or another. Yes, Liam Mateo killed Terry Vincent. Surprise and dismay rippled through the group. Can't be true. The Mateo family wouldn't do something like that, especially Liam. He's such a sweetheart, he confessed. This ain't right. Someone must have put him up to it. I don't know. I've always thought something was fishy about that Liam fella. Now there's proof. Shut up, Steve. I don't believe it. Must have been that filthy heartbreaker. Is he in there too? Where's August Flynn? Before I can reply, I notice that a young man has already broken away from the group and is storming towards the entrance of City Hall. I exchange confused glances with Mrs. Murdoch. That's Terry's younger brother, Caleb Vincent. My heart twisted to a knot. I didn't realize Principal Vincent had a brother in town. Everything happened too fast yesterday. Caleb, stop! He doesn't listen. He's already at the door, shaking them furiously. I'm relieved they're still locked. That can only be because Mayhem Ward hasn't arrived yet. Let me in, Sheriff Wright. I want to look him in the eyes. I want to ask him if he killed my sister. The ferocity of his voice chills me to the bone. I can't let him in there. I can't let any of them inside. Listen, all of you, justice will be served, I assure you, but not now. Not yet. You're going to put him on trial or something? Mayor Ward will discuss the next steps. Until then, next steps. I'll tell you the next steps. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Simple as that. I'm struggling to think of a comeback when I feel something tugging at my hip. I turn in shock to see Caleb's hands around the handle of my gun. Panic rushes through me like wildfire. I don't think, I just act. I wrest the gun away from me and I point it into the air. As the crack of the gunshot fades away, an eerie silence seeps into its place. Struggle to find my voice. Vernon was right about one thing. We don't yet story. Terry's killer is behind bars. For now, that's what matters. As for justice, we'll serve it in due time. I don't give them time to respond. While they're still stupefied by the gunshot, I unlock the doors to City Hall and step inside. Then I lock the doors behind me. Take a moment to catch my breath. My heart won't stop pounding like it wants to flee my body. I don't think my half-assed speech will keep their anger at bay for long, but I don't even want to deal with that right now. I still have a letter tucked inside my jacket, whispering sweet lies of escape. Liam's movements are eerily fast as he gets up to see me. His hands fidget with his clothes. The air around him seems to crackle with energy. Despite his energy, there are bags under his eyes, and an unsettling desperation gleams from his eyes. Good morning, Erica. Good morning, Liam. Are you hungry? He winces and turns away. Very. I mean, I can fix some eggs and bacon. Maybe I could try some bacon. Raw, please. Oh, right. Well, less work for me. And as it so happens, I don't have much of an appetite either. I throw some bacon on a plate and bring it back to Liam. Here you go. Thanks. Takes the plate and fingers the bacon, but doesn't eat it yet. Did I hear a gunshot outside? Yes. Some people were outside yelling for your head. I fired into the air to disperse them. Or pulls at his face, but I can't bring myself to feel pity right now. I walk away to fix myself a cup of coffee. A few moments later, I hear him coughing and sputtering. He yells and throws the plate against the wall. Hey, you broke the plate. It's just a fucking plate. I don't have many plates left, and where do you think I'm going to get another one? Plates haven't arrived on that train for 2 months. They're sold out at the dollar store, and the handcrafted plates from Nancy cost a fortune. I guess you wouldn't know that. First of all, you're filthy rich, and second of all, you probably don't eat off plates anyway.
I never meant to.
Sorry, it's just... How many people were out there? Who were they? About 9. Mrs. Murdoch, Mr. Reed, and... Harry had a brother, apparently. His name's Caleb. Liam sags backward, his eyes splintering with tears. They want justice, and I can't say I blame them.
What am I supposed to do now?
Maybe you should just let him in. Let him hurt me. I deserve it. Sounds sincere, but as much as I want to see him punished for what he did, I'm disturbed by the utter despair in his voice. How exactly do you see that panning out? First of all, can you be killed? Or would your wounds just heal miraculously? I don't know, but I do heal quickly. Secondly, what if you decide to fight back? How many people could you take down in an effort to defend yourself? And thirdly, am I the only one with any fucking decency left in this town? There used to be something called law and order. We don't just let people barge into a prison and beat up someone so they can feel better. Kick the trash can next to my desk, spilling paper onto the floor. The pain and silence follows my outburst until finally, Liam leans over the smashed plate, picks up a piece of bacon, forces it into his mouth, and swallows. After a moment, he gags and retches horribly, but he manages to keep it down. He reaches down and picks up another piece. What are you doing? Trying to eat this bacon. Okay, but why? The more we eat human food, the more we get used to it. If we go a long time without drinking blood, we become more human. What do you mean by more human? sun bothers us less. We start to lose our strength and influence over humans. Beyond that, I don't know. The longest I ever managed to go was a month. Gags a little, then puts the next piece of bacon back down. Do you think could have gone longer? I don't know. The next time I fed, I lost control. If I hadn't been interrupted, that won't happen next time. It won't be a next time. Do better. You have to. Stuffs another piece of bacon into his mouth. Watch him struggle to eat with a mixture of disgust and admiration. I know I should only see the monster who killed Principal Vincent, but right now I also see a man willing to sacrifice himself to right his own wrongs. What am I going to do with him? The town won't be satisfied if I keep him behind bars, and honestly, I don't want to become his permanent babysitter. The letter in my jacket feels like it's burning against my skin. I'm not supposed to tell anyone else about it, so I'll just feel out Liam's stance on the issue. Liam, how do you feel about the Bateo Repatriation Society?
Say what?
One that freed Jessica and Gary? Supposedly, yes. Who knows? If they really manage to get two people out of Bateo, then I want to meet them and ask them what the fuck is going on. I think it's a lie. I still think Jessica and Gary are dead, and this BRS nonsense is really just a BS cover-up. Yes, nice one. So are you going to do research for this BS society? Yes. It so happens I have a good lead. Smiles weakly.
Sheriff Wright.
I always knew you were a good sheriff, Erica. I find a flush of warmth spreading to my cheeks. Anyway, if I go after them, I'll need a partner. A partner? That's right. I'd like to retrace some of the steps Jessica and Gary took before they disappeared. There's a cabin near the perimeter where Jessica and Gary stayed briefly. When I searched it, I found a letter from the BRS about a process they followed before leaving. You did? Maybe. Although I still think Maddie might have planted that letter, in which case, Julian's probably a part of this whole charade. Liam looks sick again. You know anything about that, Liam?
This doesn't feel right.
I know Julian fed on Maddie a few times. That's all I know, honestly. His casual mention of Julian feeding on Maddie makes bile rise to my throat. I swallow it back. You really know nothing of the BRS? No, I'll be honest. It's possible Julian and Charlotte are behind it. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. It might be real too. I mean, someone made those towers, didn't they? Someone sends us that train every week. The BRS is real. Julian and Charlotte would probably oppose it. They don't want people to leave. They like having this little bubble of food in their control. Hands clench into fists.
I'm hurt too.
I'm always oppressed. I've always opposed them on that, by the way. I just want to get out. And if you ask me, the BRS might be our best chance. If you'll have me, Erica, then I would love to help you. I know that I could. If the BRS is a trick, I should be able to figure it out before it's too late. I know more about the towers than anyone. Whenever I asked you about the towers, you didn't know a damn thing. Well, don't know anything useful to the average layman, but I've studied them, and I have some theories. Theories I haven't been able to explore because Julian and Charlotte wouldn't let me. Maybe if we work together. Can't be true. Can you really have useful theories about the towers? Shake my head fiercely. Let me be clear, I don't think anyone can escape. I only want to bring down the BRS, but if you have knowledge that can help me do that... I shake my head again. I remember Terry's heartless body spread across the gymnasium floor. He seems to sense my thoughts. He hangs his head wearily.
Please.
I'll redeem myself any way I can. If there's anything I can do to help you win this fight, Erica, I want to do it. Never asked for this power, but I have it, and I can help you. I'll protect you from the monsters. You help me get inside those towers. I sigh and tuck the letter away again. I'll have to give it some thought. Away as long as I can to leave the precinct, checking the view from every window until I'm sure there's not another mob. I know that Mayor Ward came in at some point and exchanged words with them. Right now, I don't really care what he said, so as long as it calmed them down. Somehow, one person managed to stay hidden when I check the windows. I see him as soon as I step outside.
Erica?
Everything in my body tells me to draw my gun, but I doubt that will do me any good unless I shoot while I still have the element of surprise. As much as I'm tempted to shoot Julian for what he did to Maddie, I'm also curious what he came to say. He knows that Julian's hat and gloves protect him from any direct sunlight. Even so, Isn't it a little too sunny out here for you? Yes, it's unpleasant. I wanted you to know that I meant no harm. Whether you mean harm or not, you're a vampire. You bring it wherever you go. Julian flinches like I slapped him.
Think this through.
Very well. You know that I need blood to survive. Beyond that, you know very little, and I would prefer that you not make gross assumptions. Let's sit down and have a long talk about what it means to be a vampire. I have plenty of questions. It is important right now. I don't care why you came. It is absolutely important. How many people in this town have died to quench your thirst?
I beg to differ.
Another assumption. You must die for us to drink our fill. That's some good news if it's true, but I doubt it. You said us. So how many of you are there? It's my family. It's the three of us. Developing a cold or something. I'm not sure I believe him, but at least it's a start. I'll rephrase my last question then. How many people has your family killed, whether you needed to or not?
I'm sorry.
Can't speak for everyone. As for me, I've only killed one person, and it was an accident. Her name was Brittany. You never knew her. As I said, it was an accident, and it will never happen again. He waits. I study him as well as I can under the shade of his hat. Again, I don't know whether he's telling the truth. I only know that he's smart. He knew I wouldn't believe him if he said he'd killed no one. Better to give me something than nothing. One murder is too much. One murder should put you in jail.
In any case.
I understand the sentiment. In our current situation, that's simply not practical. For example, you shouldn't have arrested Liam. You saw how the town reacted. It would be very difficult to repair my family's reputation. I don't give a shit about your family's reputation.
That would be a mistake.
You should. We maintain order in Mateo, whether you like it or not. We are their last standing semblance of authority. Besides, if I went to jail or lost my influence, what would happen to the train? Maybe you could explain how the train operates to someone else, like me. It's not going to happen. Please, Erica, stop daydreaming and listen to me. I'm not sure what Liam has told you, but I'm sure it's a lie. Had a fight with him a couple nights ago. He had a furious temper tantrum. I don't know if Liam killed Terry Vincent, but it's possible. With his mood so hot that night, he might have gone into a frenzy and then tried to cover up with what he knew about the Heartbreaker. Frenzy? Can you elaborate? Don't be daft. You know what I mean. Until the sunlight is wearing on his body in patience. His posture sags and he seems paler than usual. Maybe it's also wearing down his mask? You said we had a fight with him. Who else? Charlotte, of course. I remember what August said about Julian and Charlotte's relationship. Despite myself, I feel heat flush my cheeks. You and Charlotte often team up together against Liam? What do you mean? Give him the same look he gave me a moment ago. I think you know what I mean.
I
don't know. Suppose, not intentionally. What else did you fight about? That's not your concern. It is if you want me to believe you. Fine. We thought about mechanism on one of the towers. Liam wanted to repair it. We said no. I reel for a moment. Were they really arguing about the towers? And if that's true, I see a slight flash of satisfaction in Julian's eyes, and I remember how smart he is. Can't let this derail me. Liam wouldn't want to repair the towers. He hates them as much as I do.
Of course.
Of course he does. His true objective would be to get inside, figure out how they operate. He would probably get himself killed, as does anyone who tries to study the towers too closely. Don't you agree, Erica? He knows I do. Trumped again. A frustrated silence hangs between us.
In any case.
In fact, that reminds me of my true purpose this morning. I tell you we share a common enemy. Mateo Repatriation Society. Whatever this BRS truly is, it needs to be stopped. Either it is luring people to their deaths with false information, or it actually knows how to escape Mateo, and that information should not be private. We agreed? Continue to study Julian long and hard. If this is another lie, then I want to see where it leads. I might have a lead on the Mateo Repatriation Society. I'll need a partner in order to pursue it. See, interesting. It's an Erica. I know you're still reeling from your recent discoveries. You and I are on the same side. want to maintain peace and order in Mateo as you do. BRS disrupts that. I can help you take them down. How does Charlotte feel about the BRS? See, she seemed awfully happy to read that letter from the train to the whole town and hide it from me so I couldn't investigate. Letter from Jessica and Gary. She felt the town deserved to know what the letter said. Nothing more. If you keep bullshitting me, then you can fuck off, Julian Mateo.
We'll figure something out.
Charlotte is Charlotte. What else can I say? She's impulsive. I'm not. You keep Charlotte from getting in my way? Of course. Tell her to give me the letter from the train. I can't do that. It's gone. Gone? Yes, I think she lost it. More bullshit!
Relax.
Stop fixating on the letter. You have a new lead, don't you? Let's focus on that. If you choose me as your partner, I will help you stop the BRS. I swear it. I study those red eyes as long as I can bear. I remind myself it doesn't matter. I can't trust him. Completely. What if he's telling the truth about this? What if he's telling the truth about stopping the BRS? Even if he's lying, what if this is my best chance to learn more about his family? I need to think about it.
Of course.
Well, please be wary around Liam. I love my brother, and he's a good man, but he's also moody. I think that's why he lost control the other night. I'll keep that in mind. Good, then I'll be on my way. Are you sure? I think he might faint if you stand here another minute. Maybe we could bet on it. He grimaces, and I catch a glimpse of his fangs. I didn't know you had such a dazzling sense of humor, Erica. If you choose to join forces, then you know where to find me. Finally, I make my way to August's house. He has helped me already on the case. It seems wrong not to consider his help with the letter. Even so, I really commit to him as a partner. He's a murderer, I'm sure of it, no matter his denials. Still, he's the only one in Mateo who I know isn't beholden to the vampires controlling the town. He's an outsider. We're the only two outsiders, so I at least have to consider it. Very hesitantly, I knock on the door. Half expect him to be drunk or belligerent again, so I prepare myself. Much to my surprise, he seems to have pulled himself together.
Hello there.
Erica, what brings you here? Has someone framed me for another murder? Please don't make me regret this. Regret what? I have a lead on the Mateo Repatriation Society. Before I do anything about it, I need to find a partner. Simply, I want to reenact the steps Jessica and Gary took before they disappeared. He studies me quietly. He continues to stare at me for much longer than socially appropriate, until finally...
Erica.
Do you believe there's a way out? No, I still think Jessica and Gary are dead. The BRS is probably a scam. You want to get yourself killed? No, I want to make those bastards pay for whatever they did to Jessica and Gary. And even more, I want to punish them for spreading false hope.
Are you sure?
I understand your interest in the society. I'm intrigued myself, but you should proceed with caution. Either they killed Jessica and Gary, then covered it up quite well, or they actually know how to get people out of Mateo. In which case, I'd love to chat with them myself. I'd also secure backup. You know, that's why I'm here. As to the source, I see three distinct possibilities. First, the Mateo family are playing games with the people of this town. I don't know their purpose, but I suspect it relates to their rather unusual nature. The fact that they are vampires?
Well...
Still trying to wrap my head around that one. The second possibility is that there is another power at play here. Perhaps it is the power that controls the towers, or the power that controls whatever the towers are protecting us from. That's a lot of speculation. Well, what if there is a way out, though? You don't want to believe there's a way out of this town, but the circumstances that trap us are rather fantastical. Who's to say that there isn't another set of fantastical circumstances that can free us? Find out, don't you? What's the third possibility?
Reductio ad
you
absurdum.
or I, or both of us, have lost our minds. What? It's an idea that's been stirring in the back of my head for some time. How could all this be real? This contingency, whatever it is, does not fit with everything I knew about the world before. Perhaps the simple answer is that I have suffered some kind of psychotic break. What about me? Once we have started down this road, all manner of paths become open to us. Perhaps you are a figment of my madness. Perhaps you are mad and I am a figment of yours. Rules as we understand them no longer apply, so we must consider the worst. What good does that do us?
Hope is evil.
You're a law enforcement officer, Erica. Are you saying the truth doesn't matter to you? Please, just ignore me. You do realize that this third horrific possibility changes nothing, don't you? Even before the contingency, we could never be sure of what was real, what was merely our own perception. It was always best to move forward as if our experiences were surely real. The same goes for right now. The same goes for whatever lead you've discovered. What are you saying? You need a partner, right? I'm your best candidate. Oh, really? A serial killer is my best option as a partner? I don't think so.
Hey.
Still doubt me? I didn't kill Principal Vincent. Liam confessed. Yes, I wouldn't have caught up, and I wouldn't have caught him without your help. But you knew more about the Heartbreaker than you should have. A good study. How long are you going to keep denying it? For as long as you need me to. I look at him with surprise. There's a knowing smile on his face, one that gives me goosebumps and makes my heart race all at the same time. You live in your own state of denial, Erica. You cling to law and order like a log in a raging river. You think the log will keep you connected to the shore. You refuse to accept that the shore is gone. You're floating in an endless, raging sea now. I have to mock him for making a useless metaphor. For some reason, I can't. His eyes are locked onto mine with an intensity that renders me speechless. In truth, I'm glad you cling to your little log. Gosh darn it, I'm getting a cold or something. What power is there in a storm if the world is made of water? I finally manage a meager reply. You're not making any sense.
I need this.
You need your stubborn denial to measure the present against the past. You need me even more. You need someone who can stay afloat in the current once you lose your little lifeboat. You know it as well as I do. That's why you came to me about this opportunity. I'm considering other people as my partner. I just wanted your opinion.
What?
Is that true? Hear a new edge to his voice, one of anger and panic.
Wake up!
How else can I possibly prove myself to you? I helped you with your missing persons case, a case we both agree isn't closed yet. I helped you find Principal Vincent's killer, and I've been a perfectly good member of society ever since my release. That doesn't make up for your past crimes. I'm smarter than anyone else in this town but you and maybe the Mateos, if I'm giving you all the benefit of the doubt. Whatever I did or didn't do in the past, I'm not a fucking vampire.
Please.
Don't toy with me on this, Erica. I want to join you on this mission. You want to leave? Not necessarily. I just want to find the dungeon master and give them a taste of their own medicine. Isn't that what you want too? So what are you afraid of? Must have let my guard down because I suddenly feel his hand around my neck, and I'm not sure when it got there. By the time I would react, his hand has moved up to my jaw to rest on my cheek. Continues to lean close to me, eyes gleaming.
Erica.
Don't think you're afraid of getting hurt. Not physically, at least. Fear is much deeper than that. You're afraid you might actually start listening to what I have to say. Even worse, you're afraid you might enjoy listening to me speak. August, that's enough. August can hear how serious I am because he drops his hand and quickly steps back. My mind keeps reeling. Both of us stand in silence for a moment. My thoughts rage and turmoil. I don't know how much of what he said is true. I don't know how I felt about being so close to him. So, you'll keep thinking about it? He's looking away now, almost shy. Thinks he knows he almost went too far. He must really want to be my partner. Yes, I'll think about it. Good. Can I do anything else to help you decide? Or anything else to help you in general? Maybe I could. You've done enough, August.
Wait.
When can I expect to hear from you? Once I feel like talking to you again. Not sure what else to say. I force my feet across the threshold and close the door between us. Except from the Journal of Jason Ralph, Mateo Police. October 4th, I don't cry. I wish they'd stop talking about how I cried. I won't see my mother again. I won't see my father again. I won't see my sister again unless this works, and I doubt this will work. What was I supposed to do? How strong could I be in the face of all this? Can I break just once? Can I have that? I didn't cry. I sobbed. There's a difference. October 7th, we have the explosives. We have the vehicles. Yeah, I'm so ready to get out of this bullshit town. I wish I felt good about this, but we're not thinking this through. We've seen what happens when people challenge the towers. A woman from the feds tells us we're being stupid, and I'm afraid she's right. I want to stop them. I want to stand up and tell them they're making a mistake. They won't listen to me. Even now, they call me a pussy. They call me a queer. All because I felt something when we were cut off from the rest of the world. I'm sorry that it hurt. I'm sorry that I couldn't contain it. Not because my tears were wrong, but because those tears forced foolish down into the minds of people whose trust I need. Now we're charging headlong into disaster, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. God have mercy on our souls. Back home, I go into my room with the BRS letter and close the door. I suppose I can't put it off any longer. It's time for me to choose a partner. Alright, we're going. I write down Julian's name. I hastily sealed the letter back up, as if afraid I'll change my mind. Julian really wants to take down the BRS, and he's a powerful ally to have at my side, but if he's lying, Julian brainwashed Maddie. He might be the one who planned the first BRS lair at the cabin while I search for Jessica and Gary. Julian have something to do with Jessica and Gary's disappearance? Could this be a trap the Patels have laid for me? So I need to pretend like I'm playing their game. Then I'll find a way to change the rules. In the living room, I find Maddie pacing restlessly. As soon as I appear, she turns around and looks at me with wide eyes. I look away, unable to hold her gaze any longer. Julian Patel.
Wait, what?
Don't worry, Maddie. I'll make sure he's punished for what he did to you. For now, working with him is my best chance to learn the truth about the Battelle Repatriation Society.
No!
Cannot trust Julian Battelle. I trusted him for so long. I believe that those little smiles of his meant he cared for my well-being. I even thought he wanted to help me. Instead, he drank my blood and fucked with my head. He even got me to believe I was using again. Yes, and thanks to you, we both know what he's capable of. I'll be careful. Don't bother. I can see it in your eyes. He's gotten to you. You've already taken the bait. Now you're caught on his hook. Wriggle away, Sheriff Wright, but don't expect me to fall for the same trap. I stand in a horrified daze as Maddie moves around the house, gathering her things. I think you're overreacting. If he's using me, then I'm using him too. He'll lead me to the truth, one way or another. The truth? Would you be able to recognize the truth if it slapped you in the face? What if the letter's real, Erica? What if the BRS can actually help you escape? What if I could have escaped with you? Letter's not real. You keep telling yourself that. I'll keep telling myself the same thing, because the thought you ruined my one chance to get out of this dump hurts more than I can bear. With that, she's out the door, and then she slams it behind her. I stand silently for a long time. I don't know when Stacy walks up to me. She say something about Julian Battelle? I'll be working with Julian Battelle on a new case. She's mad at him for personal reasons. I gathered the mad part, but Julian Battelle, that's amazing. First a date and now this? I'm awfully jealous, Erica. You'll have to tell me all about it. Sorry, I'll have to stay quiet about this. I'd appreciate it if you stayed quiet too. Fine. So as long as you bring him over and introduce me sometime. She giggles and daydreams a moment, but my scowl doesn't budge. Say, did I hear something about drinking blood? No. You must have misheard. So, I've been reading too many fantasy novels. If Julian Battelle was a vampire, he could drink my blood anytime. She saunters away, still smiling giddily. I plant my face in my hands and wonder what I've gotten myself into. My decision is made. The name is written. Next, I need to drop off the letter at the train station. Glance around to make sure no one's watching, then I slide the letter under the platform as instructed. I suppose the next thing I need to do is talk to my new partner. The station is not far to the Battelle mansion. Knock at the main entrance. As I wait, I remember how Liam was utterly convinced that Charlotte wanted to kill me. She hasn't killed me yet, and now that I've chosen Julian, I'll make sure he'll keep her in check. Finally, Julian opens the door. When he sees me, his eyes widen with shock. My expression probably mirrors his thanks to his outfit. He's only wearing a silk robe, and I don't think there's anything underneath.
Erica? What are you doing here?
I came about your offer to partner with me. You said you'd help me track down the BRS.
Yes, of course. What is it?
BRS sent me a letter recently. They claim that once I choose a partner and follow their instructions, they'll repatriate me. Just like Jessica and Gary. You convinced me you could help me catch the BRS. So I wrote you in as my partner and I dropped off the letter just now.
You did?
You look sincerely baffled.
That's wonderful. I just didn't actually think...
Julian, where'd you go, naughty boy?
Oh gosh, they are. Flip. Panic flashes across Julian's face.
Found you.
Before he has the time to respond, Charlotte appears and wraps her arms around him, wearing even less clothes than he is.
Flirting with danger, are we? I see.
She hasn't even looked outside. She speaks into his ear, whispering softly.
Open the door a little wider then. Let me feel the heat.
Sheriff Wright is here.
I get to see a rare moment of sheer astonishment on Charlotte's face as she turns to look at me. Charlotte stiffens and pulls away from Julian.
What's this all about?
I need Julian's help on a case.
Erica chose me to help her track down the BRS.
Give Julia a withering scowl. It's not hard to do right now. You should tell as few people as possible, Julian.
Of course, but this is Charlotte. She's the only one I would trust with this.
That's just great!
Settle down, Sheriff. I'll be a good girl and do what Julian tells me to do. Isn't that right, brother dear?
Now Julian's the one withering scowl directed at Charlotte.
We were just playing a little game of hide and seek. Want to join?
I'm not here to play a game. Julian and I have business to discuss.
Fine, but at least close the fucking door.
Reluctantly, I step inside and obey. Charlotte huffs and saunters away, calling over her shoulder.
Have fun cracking your case, detectives.
Julian waits until she's gone, then lets out a breath of relief.
Sorry about that, Erica.
You two weren't just playing hide and seek, were you?
Well, we have our own rules for the game.
Those rules involve taking your clothes off?
Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
Like you're judging me. We don't often have the mansion to ourselves. We were just having some fun.
Don't think your style of fun is normal for a brother and sister.
Then I guess we're not normal. Now, would you like me to drill you about your personal life too, or should we get to business?
Right. I'm sorry.
Let's talk in the East End. Follow me, please.
So we make our way to the East End, and the largest of the mansion weighs upon me. It's so big, yet so empty. Tables and shelves in the den are dusty and bare. I see a picture of a young man and woman shaking hands in front of a large building. The sign reads Rising Star Hotel. Man looks like Julian, but I can't quite be sure. Even from a distance, I can see that his eyes are a crisp aquiline blue. Is that you in this picture?
What do you think?
No, it's my secret twin brother. Look at him curiously. He's not often sarcastic, but the expression he gives me is very annoyed. Of course it's me. Who else would it be? He turns and moves away, as if eager to drop the subject. Mine? He uncovers a tray with a decanter and glasses. They look a bit dusty, so he wipes them off with a cloth. It's a little early for that, don't you think?
Well...
It's the only thing I have to offer. Oh. Is it really only the three of you living here? What do you ask? I mean, your lack of refreshments? This place is so huge. Yes, well, in the past we entertained many more guests. We also had servants who lived on the grounds with us. Now we only have one maid. How about your parents? Yes, they lived here too, of course. Were they vampires? Julian flinches.
More or less.
My father, not my mother. Where are they now? What about your parents, Erica? Where are they from? Where are they now? Let's move on then. Do you want wine or not? No, thank you. Let's forget about wine and keep our heads clear. I want to discuss the next steps we'll take to find the BRS. In further detail, I explained to Julian how I received the letter from the BRS and how it connects to Jessica and Gary.
I see.
So you already returned the letter with my name on it? Yes. I dropped it off at this train station. Placed it under the docking platform as the letter instructed. I want your guards to watch that area and see who picks it up. Julian considers a moment. Don't think that's such a good idea. Why not? This is too soon to make a move like that. If they catch us spying on them, the BRS might call the whole thing off. Maybe they won't even pick up the letter. We'll be careful. It's too risky. Why is that? You have guards watching the tracks at all times, don't you?
More or less.
At night, they walk on patrol. I'm sure whoever picks up this package will do so during the precise moment my guards turn their backs. Place a security camera at the location.
But...
Aren't you also instructed not to tell anyone else about the letter? Yes, but we don't need to explain where it's from. It still seems too risky. I'm not afraid of the BRS, are you? I'm afraid of failing our mission. It's over before it begins if you break the terms of the agreement. How else do you expect to catch these criminals?
Relax.
By watching and waiting until we find an opportunity to strike. Is that how you hunt your human prey? He stares at me a while, shifting uncomfortably. I can't tell if he's ashamed or angry or both. I hold his gaze as best I can manage. Listen, Erica, if you and I are to work together, we must learn to trust each other. Not necessarily. It would be best. How can I trust someone who drinks blood and manipulates the thoughts of his victims?
Think this through.
Same way you trust humans who cage chickens and pigs like pets, then slaughter them for dinner. Is that supposed to make me feel better? The point is that humans are already as cruel as you imagine me to be. I'm not a chicken, and I'm certainly not a pet. Glare at each other again, then the door suddenly swings open, and in saunters Charlotte.
What are you doing?
What's this talk of animals and pets? Charlotte, please.
What?
Please what? You want me to leave? The way I see it, Erica interrupted our game, so now she should entertain me. Tell me, what were you discussing? Julian said I should learn to trust him, but I don't think that's necessary or even possible.
I knew I liked you.
I guess it's not just a preface that made her sheriff. She's intelligent, too. Julian, darling, I have to side with Erica on this one. She can never trust us, and she shouldn't. We're predators, and she will forever be prey. It's just the law of nature.
But...
Please, Charlotte. Please, 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 say what you mean, Julian.
Stop.
I think it's best if you stay out of this. Too late, here I am, and I applaud Erica's wisdom. You two can never fully trust each other, but that's what makes it fun. She can trust me. I have no intention of harming her. And you shouldn't trust me, because if you step out of line, then I will harm you.
Yes.
Yes, Erica, you're delightful. Truly, won't you stay a while? Don't think we have anything else to discuss for the time being, Erica. I'll see you out. His jaws ripple with tension, and I sense I shouldn't press either of them any further. And I gnash my teeth with matching ferocity as I follow Julian from the room. At the door, Julian leans close and speaks quietly.
I'm sorry.
She enjoys frustrating. After all, it's not the one I'm angry with. You're supposed to help me catch the BRS, but you refuse to take any action at all.
However,
Sometimes doing nothing is the wisest choice of action. Trust me, we will act soon enough. Okay, so when? He sighs heavily. You receive the next letter, we'll choose a proper reaction. A reaction other than watch and wait,
possibly.
if appropriate. No. I need your promise we take action with the next letter. I go back to the train station and retract my decision right now. Very well. Promise. Nod grimly, then take my leave. Stacy practically jumps on me when I return home.
Welcome home, Erica.
As a response, I huff and throw my keys aside. Did you meet him at the train station? Why do you ask? Abby said she saw you stop by the train station, that's all. It was Abby. Someone at the Order. She seems embarrassed now. Order of the Line? The train cult? It's not a cult, but yes. You didn't tell them about my partnership, did you?
I'm sorry.
Please don't be mad. I only told them that you're working with Julian. That's all I said, I swear. But that was enough to get them pretty excited. Excited? How so? I told them to leave you alone, and they will, so you don't worry about it. Consider for a moment. You said Abby saw me go by the station. Does that mean the Order often watches the tracks?
True.
Yes, we have people watch the tracks at every hour of every day. The Order of the Line be interested in helping me out? Oh, we would love to. If so, then you need to act fast. I want someone to watch the steps to the main platform. Someone will come by to pick up a letter I stashed beneath those steps. If they haven't already, I want to know who.
I'll do whatever I can.
Stacy grabs her jacket and hurries outside. I can't help but smile after her. Maybe I don't need Julian's help to catch the BRS after all. Unless they are the BRS. Erica. The next time I return to the precinct, I see Liam collapsed on the cot. His body is in a strange position, like he fell. Liam, are you okay in there? Answer me. He remains motionless on the cot. I can't even tell if he's breathing. I run to the sink and soak a rag until it's wet. I run back to the cell and throw the rag on his head. Liam! Finally, he stirs and sits up. What? You looked almost dead in there. Maybe I am. You don't look well. His stomach makes a strange sound. He groans and clutches it. I'm not. Is this normal? I don't know. I've never changed my diet so dramatically in such a short time before. I brought you something, Liam. My hand is already on my gun as I jump around. I see Julian standing only a few feet away. I have no idea when he arrived.
I'm sorry.
You might have knocked. I did. I suppose you were distracted. I can see why. He studies Liam disapprovingly. This isn't healthy. Jules, what did you break? He sniffs the air. Is that what I think it is? Julian reaches into his suit and pulls out a pouch of red, vicious liquid. Yes, it is. No, absolutely not.
Think this through.
Eric, I know this must seem savage to you, but if he really did feast on so much blood a few days ago, then he's probably experiencing severe withdrawal. Thank you, Jules. Thank you. He reaches desperately through the bars of his cell. I remain standing in between them, but Julian stays still, his eyes on me. He said he could grow accustomed to human food. I think that's the best course of action.
Don't be so foolish.
Needs a smooth transfusion from one to the other. Erica, I want to help you keep your expectations realistic. You might maintain a human diet for a certain amount of time, but it should never be permanent. Why not? What will happen? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I think he would die. Eventually, at least. Eventually? He would age like a mortal human. Good. We all die eventually. That's how it should be. Liam groans and leans against the cell bars, but his arms remain outstretched. Julian continues to stare at me, a scowl pinching his face. You want him to die? I want him to live without harming other people. If it means living and dying as a human, so be it. Liam finally drops his arm. I can't tell if he's changed his mind or just got too tired.
I wish.
She's right, Julian. I don't want to keep hurting people. You feel his anger like electricity
You
in the wind.
fucked up.
There could be a balance, but you fucked it up, Liam. You fucked it up royally. Tears the pack of blood open, then throws it to the ground. No! Hey! Liam and I both watch with very measures of distress as the pack of blood spills uselessly across the floor. When Liam recovers enough to look at his eyes blaze with equivalent anger. I back away instinctively, sensing that an explosion might erupt in the air between them.
Julian!
Only did what you and Charlotte told me to do.
You're pathetic.
Your decisions are your own. Don't blame your poor life decisions on your sister.
Shut up!
Fucking bastard, it was your idea too. I just wanted to help. Please, have some fucking dignity.
I'm done with this.
I'll never have a place in your disgusting, lecherous partnership, so I'm done trying. Never again. Julian seems to remember my presence and shifts about uncomfortably.
You have interesting ideas.
Clear that you were sloppy, and now we must all deal with the consequences. Erica, what do you plan to do with Liam? That's not your concern. Oh, really? I thought we were partners.
Say what?
You're partners? You chose him, Erica? Yes, I thought he was my best chance of finding the truth. You can't trust him. She already doesn't. Bitterness in Julian's voice gives me a brief stab of guilt. As for whether or not it's my concern, well, I believe that Liam's situation concerns the whole town of Battail. Someone they respected committed a terrible crime. Their trust in the Battail name has been horribly shaken. Now they don't just fear the towers, they fear the potentially cruelty of their own community. I believe what happens to Liam concerns us all, and deeply so. We'd really like to know how you plan to proceed. For now, we keep him locked up. Eventually, Mayor Ward and I will hold a town meeting to discuss how Liam can make reparations. Reparations? What could that possibly entail? I'm not sure yet. That's the part we would need to discuss. You want Liam to walk around town and pick up litter? I don't know, but something like that, I suppose. Give him some form of community service and let him demonstrate that he can still bring good to Battail. If that goes well, we'd put him on parole.
Ridiculous.
Parole? That's absurd. He's already stuck in Battail. So we limit him even more, and besides, I'm just brainstorming. All this assumes that Liam exhibits very good behavior.
Actually,
I'm fine with this idea. Feelings are of no consequence.
whatever.
Maybe I could try to leave Battail. Julian and I both look at Liam with matching surprise. Leave? But you can't. I can try it my own way. I'm a vampire. Maybe I'll survive. I have some theories I could explore, Julian. I think maybe if I tried from underground, I'd... Absolutely not. I studied Julian next, wondering what Liam was about to say, but Julian avoids my gaze. Liam's focus returns to the blood on the floor. He groans and clutches his stomach again. Julian huffs with blatant disgust. Fine, you two figure it out. I'm done holding your hand, Liam.
Fuck you.
Then he pauses.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry this didn't turn out differently. I know you tried your best.
Julian!
I can't talk around him. I'll see you later, Erica. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about Julian? Would you please clean that up first? Kind of hard to concentrate otherwise. Well, should get the mop. Okay, the closet is in the main hallway. Okay, grab the mop and then turn back towards the office. Oh, Maddie, are you alright?
Whatever.
I'm fine. Why are you standing next to the closet? I am not.
It's just...
I thought I'd wait here until Julian was gone. He's gone now. Okay. Don't worry. I'm watching Julian very carefully. Here to keep the enemy where we can see them, right?
Who do you think you are?
You can't watch him, Erica. He can brainwash you. He can brainwash anyone. I won't let him do that. Don't kid yourself. You can't control him. I keep going over it all in my head. Our history together, the way I trusted him, felt grateful to him. All lies. I remember what Julian said about the only person he ever killed. I figured Maddie might have known more, and now as good as time to ask as any. You ever know someone named Brittany? Brittany? Well, there was Brittany Sheldon. She co-managed the Rising Star with Julian. Recall the picture of Julian with blue eyes standing in front of a building called the Rising Star. The Rising Star was a hotel, right? Yeah, a resort in the Lake of the Ozarks. Julian gave me a job there, and I was so very grateful. Like a fucking idiot. Can you tell me more about Brittany? Well, she and Julian disagreed a lot. It was a weird dynamic to get in the middle of when I started working. Julian was technically co-manager, but he knew that Brittany had been managing the place a while, so he tried not to step on her toes. Things got complicated. They had very different management styles. She often turned a blind eye to employees slacking off. She cut corners. Julian was more strict, I tell you. Very strict. Employees had specific instructions, clear schedules, and break times. If people didn't follow them, he reprimanded them immediately. Sometimes punished them. Those are the conflicts I knew about anyway. There might have been more to it. I caught Julian and Brittany arguing a few times, and it was pretty heated. She stops and looks away, pinching her lips. Is there something else I should know? Well, it's just speculation. I think Brittany kind of had a thing for Julian, but he didn't like her back. I can't say for sure, but that was the vibe I got, you know. Anyway, I guess they both had enough eventually. One day, Julian announced that he was taking full control as manager and Brittany was leaving, and that was that. Did you ever see Brittany again? Well, what do you mean? As the switch happened, did you talk to her at all, or did she simply vanish?
I'm not sure.
Yes, she just vanished. Come to think of it, it was strange she didn't even contact us after that. You could practically see the wheels turning in her head. You don't actually think Julian might have... My grim silence is answering.
Bastard.
That son of a bitch! First she grits her teeth and clenches her fists. Then she shudders, hunches over, and clutches her arms. I can see her anger transforming back into fear.
This is all so much.
Why the hell are you working with him? So I can make sure there are no more Brittany's. Get the mop and a bucket of water and then set myself to clean. Cleaning up blood is never pleasant. I don't want to keep looking at it, and I know Liam doesn't either. I really appreciate if you could tell me a few things. What can you tell me about Charlotte and Julian's relationship?
It's all fucked up. Well... I'm not sure.
What? I saw Julian and Charlotte all the time, and you're sure the letter was genuine? Brittany was still alive? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, thanks for telling me. And they're puzzling over this for some time. If Julian never killed Brittany, why would he tell me that he did? It doesn't make any sense. Unless it's a lie he purposely keeping from Charlotte. I shake my head at myself. I want to understand Julian better. This subject only leads to more questions. I certainly don't want to get caught in the web of Julian and Charlotte's personal drama. Nearby noise jolts me back to my senses. Maddie has entered the room. Shouldn't be a problem. Would you get us some milk while you're out? Whatever. As I'm approaching the door to leave.
Erica!
Stacy, what's going on? I got information for you. Information about the letter. Is Julian here? Maddie and Lee are both watching us curiously. I motion Stacy into the hall and close the door behind me. Please, keep your voice down. Forget about Julian.
What?
I don't trust him, Stacy, so I stay away from him when possible. And I suggest you do the same. I'm sorry, but in the meantime, I'm very grateful for your help. What information did you get about the letter?
Let's see.
It was Thomas Wagner. Take a moment to process that. Thomas Tip Wagner leads Freedom's Dawn. Could he also work for the BRS? Are their organizations connected? This is great information, Stacy. Thank you. No one see where Thomas went after that? No. Well, I guess I didn't ask. I'm sorry. Maybe I could go back and... No, you've done enough. Thank you, Stacy. You're welcome. Despite everything, she looks disappointed. I'll tell Julian you were a big help when I get the chance.
That's great!
Thanks, Erica. I have to go to work now, but let me know if you... There's no point. Not even the mayor. I can only trust myself. Now I'll have to take the law into my own hands. I wait a long time outside Wagner's house, uncertain whether he's home or not. I don't see any movement inside. Finally, I approach the door and knock. If he answers, I'll come up with a cover story about why I'm here. If not, I wait and knock again. No answer. I got lucky. Front door is locked. I try some of the other windows, but those are locked too. Wagner values his privacy. Fortunately, a friend taught me how to pick locks when I became an FBI agent. At the time, I thought him a scoundrel. Now I'm grateful for his lessons. I managed to pick the lock on the back door and make my way inside. It looks like no one here. I guess I should start searching. Jesus. Find a filing cabinet where he seems to keep all of his mail and important documents. I fight the urge to linger on each document. Some of them contain his notes on Freedom's Dawn, but I don't have time for diversions. I scan everything for a mention of the Bateo Repatriation Society, and if I see none, then I move on. Unfortunately, I only find a couple of brief notes in which Wagner scribbled his own thoughts about the BRS. Scam or real? Trap? Wagner seems as clueless about the BRS as I am, but I cling to hope that his notes are outdated and he has since discovered more. Every new document is useless as the last. Defeated, I close the filing cabinet and move on. There's 8 dots there. Surprisingly organized. I feel weird about areas better, but I guess it's the next place I need to look. In one closet I find a disturbingly large stash of guns. Under his bed, I find a stash of Play Buddy magazines. All in all, the only thing I discovered with any surprise is his hobby for sketching birds, plants, and various farm animals. I'm actually quite good at it. Feeling desperate, I finally go through his dresser. I dig through his clothes, hoping he hid something behind his collection of flannel shirts. And I hear voices. I hear the front door swing open. First, I freeze. My body goes rigid, all except for my heart, pattering desperately against my ribs. Voices keep talking. 2 voices, 2 men. They grow louder as the men walk deeper into the house. His dresser door is still hanging wide open, shirts askew. I can't leave any clue I was here. Carefully, I slide it shut. The door creaks. Voices stop. I freeze. Footsteps approach. There's only one doorway into this room, but there's also a window, and I see no other option. I rush to the window, find the latch and unlock it. I slide the window and start to climb through. My hand grabs my ankles, yanks me back, and pulls me onto the floor.
What'd I tell you?
Once a Fed, always a Fed. Can't keep her damn nose out of your business. I don't know Giles very well, but I've seen him around town. He always sends glares my direction or spits while I'm watching. I'm not surprised at all he's friends with Wagner. Listen, Wagner, I don't want any trouble. I was looking for something. I didn't find it. I'll just be on my way now.
Shit!
Didn't I always say so, Giles? Sure did. I'm sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have done this. I would have obtained a warrant, but these days it doesn't mean much.
I see your lies. Time to teach you a lesson.
Not a fish for you to watch in your little aquarium. Sorry about that. I've just got a lot of phlegm in my nose. My home, I'm keen, and no crime goes unpunished. Please, I double over, and then I feel a delayed explosion of pain in my abdomen as his foot pulls away. You sure about this, Tip?
Fucking
Of course I am. And you can do what you please, but if you ever wanted to give this Fed a kick in the balls, so to speak, now's your fucking chance. Giles shrugs, then he coils his legs for a strike. Any further details are lost in a flood of pain, nausea, and humiliation. Somehow I make it back home. Don't know how long it takes me. My conscious mind is preoccupied with keeping my balance while my whole body aches with agony. In truth, my humiliation hurts more than any physical pain. Years of combat and weapon training became useless in that room where I was cornered and unprepared. I felt completely helpless. And worst of all, I fear I deserve what happened to me. Broke into someone's home. I didn't follow protocol. I stopped respecting the law I'm sworn to uphold. I'm still in a daze as I open my front door and stagger inside. As soon as the door closes behind me, I collapse on the floor. She rushes to my side. Her warm hands lift me up and help sit me against the wall. I wince as her hand brushes the wound. I jolt and pull back as I see Julian leaning over me. Julian, what are you? Prodding gently. Stop it.
I can help.
Trying to evaluate the damage. If you relax, it shouldn't really hurt. Said, get your hands off of me! Blinks with surprise and stands up and draws back. Staggered to my feet for no particular reason other than to demonstrate that I can. I don't know where to go, so I lean against the wall. We all stand in awkward silence.
Erica.
In pained silence is answer
I
enough.
don't follow.
Forgive me, but I'm uninformed. Perhaps you can fill me in on what business Erica had with Thomas Wagner. Stacy's cheeks turn bright red. Her eyelids
Let's
flutter.
see.
Well, I only know a little bit. Eric wanted to keep an eye on the train station, so the order of the line helped out. We saw Thomas Wagner pick up a letter from the platform. I told Erica this morning. Groan, but not from physical pain.
I see.
Thank you so much for your help, Stacy. You're an invaluable asset to the team.
No problem.
Well, I'm glad. Anything you need, anything at all. Actually, Eric and I should discuss how to proceed. It's our best plan. It's best our plans remain private.
Oh,
Get out of your way. Just holla if you need
Good.
something. Well, thank you again, Stacy. It was great to meet you. Oh, the pleasure was all mine. Cheeks flush. Stacy floats away. I wait until I hear her close the door to her own room. The wilts further against the wall. I feel Julian lean close to me, his warmth like a glowing fire.
I'm here for you.
Please, Erica, let me help you. You want to use some vampire magic to heal my wounds? No thanks. How about ice packs and perhaps some ibuprofen? I glare at him uncertainly. His red eyes are as difficult to read as ever. I think he might be a little angry, but I can see concern in his gaze too. Fine. Let's go to the kitchen. Julian shadows me as I hobble to the kitchen and collapse in a chair. Then he puts together some ice packs and hands them to me. A long silence hangs over us as the ice slathers my hot wounds with cold. I wait for the ibuprofen to sink in and try to ignore everything else. Forget about Julian entirely until...
Erica.
Tell me what happened. I sigh aloud, and then I tell him everything. I abbreviate the part where Wagner and Giles overpower and beat me so completely, but I think he gets the picture nonetheless. Anger flashes in Julian's eyes. Could have helped you. You had no interest in pursuing that lead, remember? Actually, I explicitly told you not to pursue it, but I see you did not listen. I don't take orders from you. My goal is to catch the BRS. Discovering who picked up the letter was my best chance at progress.
However,
Look where that got you. We're partners, aren't we? We should do everything together. Doing everything together implies doing something. You didn't want to do anything at all. I suppose you have a point. You should have at least offered an alternative plan rather than rejecting yours entirely. That would be a start. Anyway, we're back to square one. I didn't find anything in Wagner's house, and I don't think I'll ever get another chance unless... Terrible thought creeps into my head. It disgusts me, but at the same time it strengthens my limbs and lifts my heart. Why did I choose to partner with a vampire if not to use his power? Maybe you could compel him to tell us something.
what?
Being serious. I think so. First, I have a few questions about how it works. You can compel people without buying them.
Well,
Not quite. I can exert a small amount of influence over them. He steps close to me, so gracefully I'm only aware of his closeness after the fact. And he reaches out and brushes back my hair with his hand. When I stare into his eyes, I feel as if a barrier between us drops, leaving me open without armor. My thoughts are muddled and distant, hard to find. My heart races, but not in an unpleasant way. My skin feels warm, and there's a warm tingle in the pit of my belly. I can think of little but him, how close he is, how much I'd like to please him. The idea you can... Shh, don't speak. Mouth seems to close of its own accord. I feel an overwhelming urge to obey him, but... Oh, this isn't right. I normally wouldn't like this. I fight against it with everything I can muster. That's enough! He actually flinches before he draws back, studying me with some measure of surprise. Said I get the idea.
but
Why are you so upset? So unpleasant to be close to me? Don't like you muddling my head like that. Might learn to enjoy it if you just relaxed a little. It's dangerous to relax around you.
how fascinating.
Actually resisted me quite well. It's unusual. Should I take that as a compliment?
In any case,
To answer your previous question, yes, I need to bite them in order to fully exert my will. How much influence do you actually have over a person once you compel them? You got Maddie to clean up a whole crime scene without knowing why. It's probably the extent of what I can do. I can't resist a smug smile creeping up my face. So you admit you compelled her to do that, and you admit that it was a crime scene?
I...
Well, his face pales, eyes widening. For a moment, he struggles to conjure a response. I did make her clean the cabin. As for my reasons, my family has visited that cabin before. Didn't want you to draw the wrong conclusions. Caught you in a lie. How often do you lie, I wonder? His voice becomes sharp with irritation. Tell you the truth now, Erica. Doing my best to explain a power I prefer to keep secret. Don't make me regret it. Fine. You were saying that cleaning a cabin might be the extent of your influence. It works as you might expect. If an action aligns with that person's normal behavior, it's much easier to compel them. Otherwise, I need to drink quite a bit of their blood, and I have to make them act quickly. People are much more prone to suggestion than others. You, for instance, seem especially difficult to influence. So in other words, this power is completely unpredictable.
Well...
It's not like flipping a switch. It takes skill, finesse, harmony between my mind and theirs. Besides, I haven't tested it that much. Normally I just tell people to forget me and go on with their lives. I guess that's good to hear. How long does your influence over a person last? Depends, but generally speaking, if I want to make someone do something without their knowledge or consent, it should probably happen within 24 hours. It made Maddie believe she simply cleaned the cabin because she wanted it to be tidy. She continued to believe that for a time. Well, if I give someone a simple suggestion that aligns with their way of thinking, that could be permanent. When she did public relations for me in the Ozarks, she would occasionally do odd jobs like reorganizing rooms. It was a very easy suggestion to make. I feel a little nauseous. I'm glad that Julian's telling me all this, so I nod. I think it's worth a try. We'll corner Wagner and then make him tell as much as he knows about the BRS, using as much of your power as
good.
I'm glad you're trusting me with this. Oh, you're not going alone. I'll be with you every step of the way. His eyes flash with surprise.
What?
You actually want to. Watch. I wouldn't use the word want, but yes, I should witness the whole interaction.
But...
You sure you're comfortable with that? I'm not comfortable with any of this, but after what he did to me, I'm ready to play dirty. The smile he gives me looks more sincere than anything I've seen on his face thus far. Glad you feel that way, Erica. It's me at his house tomorrow night. As you might guess, much stronger under moonlight. Until then, you should get plenty of rest. I want to argue with him, but I don't have the strength. Besides, when I face Wagner again, I want to be ready. Fine. I'll see you there tomorrow around 10. I arrive at Wagner's house on time, but all is quiet when I arrive. I can see through the windows that his TV is on. I remember how late Julian was to our day at the diner and heave a sigh. I might be here a while. I feel a breeze against my right side, then a shadow creeps into my vision. I turn to see Julian standing beside me. Christ! I see the barest hint of a smile on his face. We agreed on 10, didn't we? Can you walk with normal footsteps? Can I? Yes. Should I? Tell me. You're right. That was a stupid question. Take a shuddering breath.
Erica?
You can do this alone if you prefer. No. Need to witness what happens here.
If you say so.
Very well. But you should know something. You either need to pull him outside or get him to invite me inside. I would prefer to go inside the house. It's always the best option if possible, so that we avoid any accidental witnesses. What happens if he doesn't invite you? Then I can't go inside. Why not? It's extremely uncomfortable. Can you elaborate? First, I'll hear a loud ringing in my ears, and it will keep growing louder until I develop a debilitating migraine. I'll also feel nauseous, and eventually my limbs will lose strength until I collapse. Wow. So, could doing that kill you?
Don't be so foolish.
No. As I said, it's just uncomfortable. That's good to know. I'm not about to go knocking on his door.
Of course.
Would you like to approach him then? There's no chance Wagner invites either of us inside if he sees me, so you should be the one to approach him. So we talk about however you see fit in order to get your invitation. Once you're inside, I'll follow right behind you. How will you explain your presence? I won't need to, will I? Once we're inside, you can work your vampire spell. I still find it hard to believe you actually want to do this rather than luring me into some kind of trap. Wagner. Wagner got the better of me. If vampire magic is what I need to take him down, then I'll use it.
I see.
Well, wait here then. I shouldn't be long. Don't need to be told twice. I gladly remain hiding as Julian slips away. As I watch Julian approach the door, I wonder where I'll find the strength to see this through. I don't want to see his power in action. I don't want to watch him drink blood again. Do I? Never liked Wagner, but after what he did to me, the thought of him turns my vision red. I want him to suffer as I did. Julian knocks on the door. I wait with bated breath until Wagner answers. Wagner looks surprised to see Julian, but his face doesn't contort with disgust like it does whenever he sees me. We talk for a moment. Even from a distance, I can sense the smooth, reassuring flattery of Julian's words. After a short exchange, Wagner nods emphatically and motions Julian inside. Seeing my opening, I put my hand on my gun and rush forward. Fast enough to catch the door before it closes, I wedge my foot into the crack and shove it with my shoulder. As the door busts open, Wagner and Julian both stare at me in shock. I suppose Julian didn't expect my entrance to be so dramatic. Ominous Wagner, I have some questions for you.
Get out!
He reaches for a nearby cabinet. I fear worse and draw my gun. Before I can cock it, Julian has Wagner by the arms and pressed into the wall. Wagner squirms and tries to kick, but Julian's stance doesn't even budge. He doesn't appear to strain at all, even when he turns his head to look at me. Patient, are we? I assumed he was annoyed, but I'm surprised to see the edge of a smile on his
Mr.
face.
Patel!
Sheriff Ryan and I both have some questions for you, Tip. I trust you'll let us ask them.
What?
Sheriff and I both want what is best for Battelle. We want to know about the Battelle Repatriation Society. What can you tell us? I ain't telling you shit. Really gives me a patient but recommending
Relax.
Slowly, Erica. Proverbs 21:5. Steady plotting brings prosperity. What? The gentler I do this, the more reliable our results. Results? You what, Mr. Battelle? Hell with your proverbs, Julia. Just bite them already.
What'd you say?
Did you just say
Fuck.
bite? Fuck, Erica. I think he's legitimately angry now, but it's hard to tell once he bares his face and brings him towards Wagner's neck. The other words die on his tongue as Julian sinks teeth into his neck. I watch it with a mixture of horror and fascination as Wagner goes limp in Julian's grip. I know that Julian must be drinking his blood, but I don't see a drop of red anywhere. I just see Julian's lips pressed against Wagner's neck in a vividly sensual embrace. To my own surprise, the sight mesmerizes me. I nose Julian's throat bobbing as he swallows. I can hear them both breathing gently. Is he actually enjoying this? I don't realize I spoke the words loud until Julian's eyes flick towards me. Julian releases his mouth from Wagner.
Well,
Try to make it pleasant. Suddenly, I'm laughing uncontrollably. I don't know how it started. I find it very difficult to stop. Meanwhile, Wagner bleeds from his open wound. Julian hastily resumes drinking. I laugh until my stomach hurts. I keep laughing until Julian stops feeding and lowers Wagner gently
I
to the
don't
ground.
follow.
The hell is so funny? I was just thinking about how much Wagner would hate it if he knew he enjoyed what just happened. He's so homophobic, and that was very erotic. Really hesitates for a moment and starts laughing with me. I'm sure he would deny how much he likes it. Two of us laugh like idiots for a moment. I wonder if I'm losing my mind. Julian leans over Wagner and examines the bleeding wound. Wagner's eyes are still glazed over as if in a trance. His face twitches slightly. His mind is starting to fight back. We should hurry. Struggling to breathe, I put my hand around Wagner's face and try to get him to focus on me. Wagner, tell us what you know about
the government.
They're a lie. A government hoax trying to trick people out. Do you know that as a fact, or is that just what you believe?
in any case,
Are you going to waste time with semantics, Erica? He has no proof. He just believes that. Can you read his thoughts? Or like I feel them. They're very fucking unpleasant. Blood flows onto Wagner's shirt. I can't waste any more time. Did you pick up a letter from the train station staircase? Yes, I did. What did you do with the letter? I put it under a rock on Bell Street. The Battelle Repatriation Society asked you to do that. No. And who? Julian flinches. A split second later, so does Wagner. Wagner's eyes roll back. What just happened? Time's up. Wagner stares back.
Look at me.
You're going to do something for me, Wagner. You'll make it your highest priority to learn more about the Battelle Repatriation Society. You'll recruit your friends and Feardom's Dawn to help you. Learn as much as you can, as quickly as you can. In a couple of days, Erica and I will visit you again. Tell us everything you learned. Understood?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Tomorrow morning, you'll realize you tripped against the cabinet and hit your head, knocked you out, and gave you a strange dream. He glances at me with a mischievous smile. He used to smirk while instructing Wagner.
You cannot resist.
In the dream, you felt very attracted to Julian Battelle. Did the unthinkable with him when he came to visit. Covered my mouth, struggling to hide my mixed reaction of horror and mirth to Julian's antics. In any case, the reason you want to learn more about the BRS is because you want to beat Erica right to the chase. Understood?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Julian leans over and wraps his mouth around the bite wound. I think he drinks a little more, but it's hard to tell. As he pulls out his teeth and gently licks around the wound. The gesture seems strangely sweet and caressing. All blood is wiped away, then no more comes out. The wound closes and fades away. He bashes Wagner's head against the cabinet and lets him drop to the floor. Gape in shock at Wagner's crumpled body. What? Why did you... Need to make him believe the story, especially given how hard he fought my influence. His eyes turn on me, crackling with fire. His grin bears his fangs while he licks the remaining blood from his lips.
Delicious.
Looks exhilarating. Wouldn't you agree, Erica? My heart is racing. I'm not sure how to process all the emotions coursing through me right now. I struggled to cling to our original purpose. He didn't answer my most important question. He didn't tell us who instructed him to pick up the letter. Why?
Well,
Fortunate timing, he managed to resist me in that moment. Did he resist, or did you prevent him from answering?
relax.
Please, always focus on the negative. Consider the good that came out of this. Wagner will spend the next 2 days gathering information for us. Be patient, and we will learn more from him. Importantly, we punished him for what he did to you.
Erica.
Grateful. Glad. I realize that Julian stands close enough for our bodies to touch. I'm not sure when he got that close, but I don't seem to mind. He leans close to me, his eyes gleaming with power and mischief. He looks so beautiful in this moment. Anywhere my body brushes against him, my skin tingles with pleasure. I know that to put my lips against his would be complete and utter bliss. My heart soars in my chest. I feel as if gravity releases me, lifting my body to his, drawing our lips towards each other. Right before we kiss, breath catches in my throat. I realize what is about to happen, even though I never chose to do it. Pulling away from him requires all the strength of my body. My heart tugs against my ribs like a trapped anchor. You're doing this to me. He's so stubborn. Emotions are your own. I merely coax them out of you. He was close again. The sweet scent of his cologne teases my senses.
I'm yours.
You enjoyed this. You want me. I know it. Stop it. My voice is so weak, it's almost a whisper. He flinches. Stop resisting, Erica. I just want you to enjoy yourself. You shouldn't mess with my thoughts.
This is how
Why
things
not?
should be.
It is my gift. You can't comprehend it. You will never understand the power in my possession. Stop resisting. Just yield to it. Overwhelming desire takes hold of me. I can feel his influence pulling at me, fogging my thoughts and bending me to his will. His will is to kiss me. A few moments ago, I truly did want to kiss him. Now I'm pissed off. Don't know how much of my desire comes from me or from him. It's all mixed up, all out of my control, and I hate it. clench my fist until my nails dig into my palms. I grip my teeth together until I hear them creak. I will not succumb to his mind games. I reel my arm back, gather all the strength I can muster, then slap him across the face. Fuck you, Julian! Julian recoils. His eyes go wide. His mouth hangs slack. His face is white as a sheet, except for the spot my hand struck him. I want to say more. I want to yell at him for not letting me ask Wagner more questions. I want to slap him again for trying to get in my head. I'm still fighting his power. That single slap felt like climbing a mountain. With all the strength I have left, I turn and walk away from him. I manage to open the door, walk outside, and keep going. Only when I'm far from the house and away from his influence do I crumple to the ground with exhaustion and bury my head in my hands. Once I get home, I collapse on the bed with all my clothes on. I remain there for a long time, not moving, but awake. Morning comes, but I still don't move. Stacy comes in to check on me. I tell her I'm not feeling well. Meanwhile, the scene from last night keeps playing in my head over and over again. Julian buying Wagner, the bloody, horrific heap that Wagner became after Julian drank from him, the incredible feeling of elation I experienced while watching it all. I curl into the ball, with the rays of sunlight hitting my face from the window. I finally fall asleep. Sometime later, Stacy knocks again. She comes in before I can say anything.
Erica.
Not well. I'm sorry. You should keep resting. But, I thought you should know. A letter came for you. Stiffened. For some reason, I found it under the doormat instead of the mailbox. I'll just leave it here for you. Sets it on the dresser next to my bed. Pauses.
How about?
Would you like me to make you some coffee? No, thank you. I don't want any coffee. Oh, you must really be sick. Rather troubled, she turns and walks out. I remain lying there a long time before I finally tear the letter open. Read it. Once I'm finished, I'm not sure whether I want to laugh or cry at the ridiculousness of it all. Well, that settles it then. I rip the letter up, throw it aside, then settle back under the covers. Some time later, another knock pulls me out of sleep. I open my eyes and wait for them to adjust. They don't, because the room is dark. A faint orange glow from the window tells me it's sunset. Stacy, I just need to keep sleepy, so could you
Erica,
please...
It's, Julian.
My heart freezes in my chest. Visions from last night replay in my head. I see Julian bashing Wagner's head against the wall as if it's happening again right in front of me. I remember wishing I had Julian's strength, throwing Wagner around like a rag doll.
Erica, I know you're awake. Just let me in.
Not sure how long it takes me, but finally I get up and shuffle to the door. Open it. I wait for him to enter and close the door behind him, but I avoid his gaze all the while. Wasting your time. The partnership's over. I'm finished.
What?
You heard me. I'm done.
Are you sick? Stacy told me you've been in bed all day.
Yes. I mean, I've been in bed all day, but I'm not sick. I sense him moving around the room, inspecting my things. His movements are quiet and fluid, like a shadow on the edge of my
What's
vision.
this?
Finds the torn letter on the floor and examines the
You
pieces.
got another letter from the BRS.
Yes, but it's total bullshit. We can forget the whole thing. The mission's over now. Silent a long time. Eventually I hear his breathing, pitched but heavy. When I finally dare to look at his eyes, they are blazing
What the
red.
fuck is wrong with you?
I realized this was all a stupid idea. I never should have partnered with you. I never should have gone after the BRS.
This isn't you.
What's that supposed to mean? Of course it's me. I'm the sheriff. I should have just stuck to my job description. I can't go up against the towers. I can't partner with a vampire. We'll forget this whole stupid mission. Tomorrow I'll go back to work.
Back to work? You'd rather discipline a drunkard or work on a fake theft complaint than go after the Battail Repatriation Society? That's not work, that's denial. That's accepting this shitty world for what it is and not trying to change it.
It's my job, and it's my best hope for helping this town, so you can take that damn letter and stick it somewhere the sun doesn't shine. I lean back in bed, but he remains crouched over the letter. On the edge of my vision, I see him putting the pieces back together. Finally, he reconstructs the letter enough to
Dear
read it.
Cadet, you've done well to choose a partner. We are pleased by your decision, but now you must both prove yourselves worthy. Your next task is to bury 2 locks of hair, one from each cadet, at the base of each tower. Take care not to get too close, of course. After you bury the hair, you must each offer a prayer. You can pray to whatever power you believe in. If you have faith in nothing, you must find something. For example, you could pray to the force that lifted the towers on the day of the contingency. Once you have completed this ritual for every tower in Bataille, we will contact you again. Sincerely, the Bataille Repatriation Society.
Long silence hangs in the air between us. See, I told you it was bullshit.
The task is... Yes, it's ridiculous. But we can do it, and then we'll be one step closer to catching the BRS.
We can't do it. We can't approach the towers. It's suicide.
We don't have to venture into the dangerous zone.
We could still do it by accident.
No, not you. You patrol the perimeter all the time. You know how to keep a safe distance.
Surprised he knows about that. Takes me aback for a moment.
Or is the praying what you're really worried about?
It's impossible. I don't believe in anything I can pray to.
Then fake it. How the fuck will they know the difference? It's just a dumb test. A test you seem to be failing.
I feel a sudden urge of strength. I rise from the bed and storm towards him. Even if the task were as easy as tying my shoe, I wouldn't do it. I can't work with you. It's over.
You can't work with me? And why is that?
What you did to Wagner last night was awful. I never should have allowed it to happen.
We avenged him for hurting you. And moreover, you enjoyed it. I know you did.
I did not. A hint of mischief fades from his eyes, replaced with a glint of pure rage.
You disappoint me, Erica. You're right. This partnership is over. Because I refuse to work with ignorant weaklings. I thought you were different. I thought you would see this job through no matter the risk, no matter the odds. I admired your determination. I liked your stubbornness and your courage, but now I see that you're just another coward.
You tried to mess with my head. How can I ever work with someone who can do that to me?
I might have strengthened your emotions, as one blows on an ember to coax out the flame. I didn't make something that wasn't already there. And in any case, I failed. I failed worse than I've ever failed before. You managed to resist me entirely. You have the sharpest mind and the strongest willpower of any human I've ever known. Do you know how incredible that is? And yet you waste it. You cower in constant fear of the towers, and now you refuse to wield the power I offer you. Stay here and wallow in self-pity if you must, but I won't help you do it.
I hear the door slam before I see him leave. I curl back into bed, prepared to have a good cry. I don't cry. I hear his words in my head echoing over and over again. A hot sensation builds in my stomach, then creeps into my veins like fire. The sensation is anger. I get out of bed and storm out of the room. In the living room, I put on my shoes and jacket. I'm already fully dressed otherwise because I slept in my clothes on the slide.
Erica!
Feeling better now. I have work to do.
Really?
Yes, I guess I'm just not fully healed yet.
But...
It won't explode if you sneeze on it, Stacy. Take it you don't like guns.
I'm sorry.
You can't always categorize things as good or evil, Stacy. Action, behavior, intention, those are what makes something good or evil, not its capability. This gun can kill someone, yes, but it can also save lives. See Wagner's blood flowing from the puncture wounds.
I don't know.
No matter what your intention, you can reduce the likelihood of an accident through training and preparation. This gun has a safety switch. Maybe Julian has one too.
Huh?
Julian, what are you talking about? I groan and shake my head. Sorry, it's just... Julian was right. I was a coward. I know why I have to do that.
Is it true?
Catch a vandal? No. Something much more important than that. Go back to bed, Stacy. I'll be fine. I hear her head, she obeys. My head spins as I secure my gun to the holster once more. Julian possesses more power than I could ever imagine. I'm tempted to despise and fear him for it, the same way Stacy hates my gun. For now, Julian is on my side. He wants to help me, or at least he pretends to. I can continue to use him for good, if I'm careful. I need to learn more about Julian's weaknesses. I need to ensure that I'm the one who remains in control. Then I need to take down the fucking BRS. The precinct, I find Liam writing on paper with crayons in his cell. Liam? Jumps up with astonishing speed. Erica, you scared me. You seem to be feeling better. I always feel my best at night. Something wrong? You were gone all day and now it's really late. I wasn't feeling well, but I'm fine now and I'm ready to work. What are you doing with crayons? Writing and sketching some ideas, nothing important. How'd you get them? August came by and asked if he could bring me anything to stave off my boredom. Says he knows what it's like to be stuck in here. And you asked for crayons? Actually, I asked for pen and paper, but Maddie wouldn't allow that. Said I can use a pen as a weapon or maybe a lockpick. She's right. Yeah, well, we sell it on crayons as something I could have. Did they not tell you any of this? Flushed with embarrassment, come to think of it, no one bothered to tell me anything while I was gone. No one but Julian. I suppose they didn't consider it important enough. Anyway, I have some questions for you. I want you to tell me about Julian's weaknesses. Tell me anything and everything that comes to mind.
This is shady.
You wouldn't win. Don't be so sure about that, but no, I'm not going to challenge them. I just want to keep them in check. Most vampire stories, the vampires have weaknesses. Garlic, holy water, crucifixes.
No way.
I already told you those don't affect us. But surely there must be something. You can't just be invincible. Maybe you just don't want to tell me so that you all stay protected.
Actually...
So I'm not trying to protect them, I'm trying to protect you. How does that work exactly?
Think of it this way.
You have a weakness. I tell you about it. You get cocky. You challenge Julian or Charlotte. Weakness or not, they'd still overpower you and they'd be really pissed off. So at the end of this scenario, you're probably dead. I'm not stupid, Liam. I'll be careful.
Not so sure.
Yes, I will. Now tell me what it is. Please, Liam, I saw how you behaved around Julian the other day. You're fed up with him. His power has gone unchecked for too long. I was able to resist his influence somewhat. I think I can keep him in check, but I need a little more help.
Say what?
Yes, he tried to make me do something. Instead, I slapped him across the face. That's impressive. I don't think I've heard of anyone doing that before. See, I can hold my own with Julian. Sounds to me like you're just too cocky no matter what I tell you. You might as well tell me so I have a better chance of defending myself. I want a video game system. What?
Let's do this.
Like to play a video game. Give me anything. I'm not picky. I just need something to help me pass the fucking time. You promise me that and I'll tell you. I'll see what I can do. He hesitates, looking very dissatisfied. One video game. I promise. Now tell me.
Whatever.
Silver hurts us a bit. How much is a bit? We can touch it, but I've never really liked to. It sort of makes my fingers tingle. If we're cut with a silver knife, the cut takes a long time to heal. How long? I guess it takes as long as it would take a human to heal. Maybe a little faster than humans, but still, it really sucks. Mortality's a bitch. Hey, I'm trying to help. Yes, that was very helpful, thank you. So a bullet might actually inflict a mortal wound.
Not so sure.
Honestly, I don't know. How can you not know? It's not exactly something we go around testing. And I hope you don't test it too much either. I'll do my best, but I will find a way to get Silver. The next time Julian tries to take the upper hand, I'll be prepared. Go to my desk and document my thoughts on the Pateo Repatriation Society thus far. Also take a look at Maddie's recent reports. I must fall asleep at my desk because I wake up to Maddie's hands nudging my face against the computer. Look around groggily and try to remember what's going on. Maddie, I'm fine. I must have fallen asleep. Oh shit. He looks at the arrangement of random silver items on my desk. Starting some kind of collection? Oh, yes. I'm looking for silver. These silver items you find, I'd like to have them, please.
What now?
4. Hey, is this for fighting vampires or something, like in Batman and Dracula? I don't want to betray Liam's trust by divulging his secret, but I don't want to antagonize Maddie any more than I already have either. It's just an experiment. I'm not sure if it'll be useful yet.
Fine.
See what I can do. Oh. Did you also get Liam a video game to play? Huh? Excuse me? Liam wants to be able to play a video game. I gave him paper and crayons yesterday. Right. Good call on refusing to give him a pin. I still wish you would have discussed it with me first.
Who do you think you are?
I can't believe this. I hold the fort down while you gallivant around with vampires, and this is the thanks I get? Thank you for watching The Office while I was away, but now we need to give Liam a video game. August mentioned video games to me the other day. I think he might have found a console. Get it from him. Consider a moment. Apparently now Maddie runs into August more than I do. I think I prefer it to stay that way. Maybe you could ask August about it the next time you see him then?
No!
No way. I'm not doing it. He's not a little boy at summer camp. He's a murdering vampire and he's in fucking prison. Since Liam's stirring in his cell, he can hear everything we're saying, of course, but I don't think Maddie cares. Made a deal with him. That's why we need to give him one.
What?
What sort of deal? Fine, don't fucking tell me. I don't care. I, for one, don't deal with vampires. Maddie, I understand why you're upset about potatoes, about everything. If you're going to keep working here, you need to adjust your attitude.
I'm done with this.
Do I really? I think I'm the only one here who still has the right attitude. I'm still treating the vampires like, well, vampires. And meanwhile, you're partnering up with them, striking deals. I'm doing my best to control the situation.
Whatever.
Whatever you say, boss, but I'd really like to take a break from the vampires if you don't mind. So I'm going to check on a couple people in town, okay? What people? Is there anything I should know about? Mary thinks she got robbed again. Ben got too drunk last night and started some trouble. Just, normal stuff. You don't worry about it. You have your hands full. We'll need to track down a video game for Leah and Rochelle, because I sure as hell won't do it. Not waiting for my response, she grabs her bag and leaves. I wonder if I imagine her slamming the door behind her. Preparing silver bullets takes more work than I expected. First, I have to collect a few silver items, then visit the local welder. My efforts yield 3 silver bullets. It's not enough to fill the clip, but it's enough to do damage if I'm ever in a tough spot with Julian or Charlotte. Once I prepare my gun, I'm ready to pay Julian a visit. On my way to the Patel mansion, I remember to check Bell Street, where Wagner said he dropped off the letter. Bell Street is very close to the Patel mansion. I can't help but wonder if that's more than coincidence. I see a few large rocks along the road, but one of them catches my attention. It's just large enough to draw the eye, but small enough to move around with 2 hands. On further investigation, I see that the dirt is churned around it as if the rock has recently been moved back and forth. It seems likely that this is where Wagner placed the letter from the BRS, but I don't see anything else helpful at first. I walk around the area while scanning the dirt and grass for anything that might prove useful. A gleam catches my eye. I lean down and find an earring in the grass. It's set with a small ruby. Not many people in Mateo could afford something like this, but on its own, it doesn't mean much. I cast a glance at the Patel mansion before tucking the earring in my pocket. I have to hang on the mansion door for 5 minutes before Charlotte answers the door. I need to hire a butler just to deal with you. I need to talk to Julian.
No.
Not interested. What?
Test.
He doesn't want to talk to you. Ta-ta. She starts to close the door. Charlotte! voice is so loud, so furious that every hair on my body stands on end. Even Charlotte looks chagrined.
What?
I thought you were done with this. I thought you were done with this. I thought...
Stop!
I'm fine. I want to talk to her. Leave us alone. Charlotte hesitates. Her eyes dart from Julian to me and back again. She looks stunned.
That's unfortunate.
Fine. Go dig your own grave, brother. She saunters away. Julian takes a moment to collect himself, then looks outside. Hisses and pulls back again. Come inside, please. This won't take long. I only came to tell you. Please, just looking outside makes my head explode. But drinking blood the other night made you stronger. It amplifies both my strengths and my weaknesses. Now please, come inside. Reluctantly, I obey. Once we're inside, an awkward silence stretches between us. He starts to say something that stops. I start to say something that think twice. The silence stretches painfully longer. You were right. I was acting childish. I won't quit. Minor is collecting information for us as we speak. Everything we've done so far would be a waste if we stopped now.
Erica.
Relief on his face surprises me. He seems so genuinely happy that I feel embarrassed. I'm still mad at you.
Oh?
For what? For wanting to kiss you? Not everyone has such stone-cold control of their emotions as you do. I want what I want, Erica. You can't blame me for that. His gaze sends a tingling sensation down my spine. I'm not sure if it's his magic, my own natural response. You keep denying that you wanted to kiss me too? Right, I did want it. He was also influencing my emotions to some degree. I wonder if he's doing it again, because I feel his presence like a magnet, urging me closer. Imagine kissing him so cleanly, I can almost feel his lips against mine. Stop it.
But...
I'm not doing anything, Erica. Yes, you are. I swear to you, I am not influencing your mind. However, I can sense it. I can sense your feelings for me. You can probably feel mine. Connection can go both ways. I'll give you what you want if you... Freezes. His hands locked on my neck. He had started leaning towards me, but now he takes a step back. Is that necklace new? Reach up to brush the silver choker around my throat. It's not my style. That's why I had to work with. Yes. Do you like it? His gaze meets mine, then jumps from the necklace and back again. His face twists with discomfort. So, Liam told you. I know you don't like silver. That's all.
However...
It won't kill us or something if that's what you think. No, but it can't hurt
I
you.
beg to differ.
You can touch it without harm. Really? Better try then. He scowls and lifts his hand. He puts his finger against the necklace for a few seconds. I feel his flesh brush against my neck, warm and soft. After a moment he pulls away, but if he feels any discomfort, he hides it well. See? No harm done. You notice his hand curls into a fist. Bothered you a little.
But...
The only thing that bothers me is I enjoy touching you and I wish I could do it more. I blush and look away too flustered to think of a retort.
Don't be so foolish.
I need you to understand something, Erica, and this is the last time I'll say it. I will not urge you to kiss me, telepathically or otherwise. If and when you do so, it will be of your own volition. The way you're looking at me now, as if you're afraid I'm scrambling your thoughts, it's unnecessarily. Frankly, it's annoying. I tried the other night to influence you. I failed. It's all rather embarrassing. It proved that you are capable of making your own decisions, regardless of my influence. Your will is strong, and I cannot overcome it. You should take pride in that, and you should trust in it.
In any case...
So, I suppose our next task is to bury a strand of hair in each tower or something? Yes. Fine. Then I suggest we get it over with. When should we check on Wagner? We can do that tomorrow. Alright, let's get this fucking assignment over with. That's the spirit. Okay. I think I'm going to call it here. It's been 60, 120, 180. It's been 4 hours here. Holy crap. And And I don't think my nose can take much more of this. Shit, that was... Let's do new save. Alright. Thanks everybody for watching. Well, I don't know when's the next time I'll do something, but we'll figure something out, okay? Thanks for watching, everyone. Peace out, everybody.